Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you all here. Sorry for being a bit late, but I had some technical issues in the very last moment that I had to solve in the background really quick. So we start a bit later. And yeah, Cisco Terrace wonders, wait a minute, 1 second doesn't take this long. That is why it says Chris minutes and it's also Chris seconds. So let's see if my command works, I hope it does. Maybe I spelled it right, maybe not. Probably the bots don't work as always. It's almost like a running gag at this point. Yeah, it really seems like the bots are not working. But yeah, that's why I called it like this, because I have the tendency to be not completely on point. Yeah, welcome everyone. Long time no see, I have to admit. I actually expected that they would drop like a trailer in the middle of August. Like, I don't know, last week or something, but nothing ever happened. So as a result, I just hold off with streaming and just waited for the trailer to drop, and nothing ever happened. So I'm, as always, quite a bit late. A streamer is 11, never late or early. He goes live when he means to be. Exactly. And yeah, it's really fascinating, especially with a lot of interesting news that we got recently. Quite fascinating stuff is going on. I hope you had a good few weeks. I think the last video on my channel is the last Who is Elrond part about the aftermath of the Watchful Peace, and we're slowly getting to the end. But it's always like this. I hope sound is good for you people, so that everything is perfectly understandable. I hope the reverb is not too bad, because I definitely changed a few things on my setup in the last few days, and now I hope everything works out. I'm still very disappointed though that the bot is still not working. Like, it's always the same. It's like a running gag or something. Let me just think for a moment. There's the command. It should work. Maybe I mistyped it. It's really strange. Every time I start the stream, I say, hey, I have these awesome... sound is good, sound is great, awesome to hear. Yeah, and I have these set up all the bot stuff. Aha, now it works. Here's also the definition of a Chris minute, kind of. But yeah, I let it very vague. Please stream for 8 hours. I'll have to watch all of it. I hope we won't stream 8 hours today, because even for my taste, 8 hours of these kind of streams are really heavy, because I talk more like when I play on Twitch or so, playing a video game for 8 hours. Sometimes I can just shut up for a moment, and that, I don't know, there's a cutscene or something, and I don't need to talk. In these streams here, I have to talk for 8 hours straight, or for 5, or whatever, however long the stream is. As a result, it is always very taxing on the voice if you just have to talk for 8 hours straight, as you can probably imagine. So I hope it won't be 8 hours long. Yeah, there are a lot of interesting things going up in the background, and plans to do, and I don't know what. As you probably are all aware of, the Amazon show is starting relatively soon, and definitely a big part is my planning or my thoughts on how to cover the show. So I have multiple interesting ideas, which we also might talk about today, because that's in a way also news, even though it's more channel news. But I don't know, chat, what is there a particular topic you want to talk about first? Like, there were a lot of news just recently, and yeah, as a result, there is a lot of topics to catch up. I always hoped they would like bring a new trailer, and what they did instead was like posting 1 minute trailer snippets on Twitter. I felt like it's not really worth making a video about it or so. So I was a bit confused, or I'm not sure how to cover this. Mai gewonnen. Nice. Evelyn Ziegler. I also need to listen to myself for a moment to really make sure that the sound stuff is okay. I always feel like my microphone stuff is a bit low on volume, but hard to say. It's always another interesting thing is always the stream difference. Like last stream, after the 8-hour stream or something, I got like the feedback that when I, for example, ask a question, who is this actor in this scene or whatever, that I should wait a moment longer till the chat has time to answer. Maybe we can do a little experiment just to get an idea, or just to give me an idea how long I would have to wait. So if I say, I don't know, post 1, you post 1 in chat, and I just count off the time that it takes for the message to appear in chat. So we can basically measure the delay a little bit. Like, I think that might be helpful. So somebody, maybe multiple persons, please write a 1 in chat. Okay. That is absolutely insane. That was like 3 seconds or so. Or maybe you were just fast. But it's kind of surprising. Okay, now post 1. Nice. It's like 20 seconds for some people. Oh boy, that is really strange. Like, we're now at 26 seconds for me. And people are still posting ones. 1 in chat. Uno, also awesome. Can you increase your microphone volume a little bit? I can do that. Let me just think for this a moment. Like, I know it's always strange when it comes to the volume stuff here in chat. Wow. Some people are a minute behind or so. It's really fascinating to see. But yeah, there were some people who posted like literally 5 seconds after I said it. And there were some people who are posting it like, I don't know, almost 50 seconds later. So I think the majority of ones appeared around this 26 to 30 seconds mark. So that's really a lot of delay, I have to admit. Let me just think, how can I make my microphone volume louder without your ears exploding? Okay, we try this here. I'm not sure if that's the smartest idea. Maybe I should... Yeah, we just try it. Okay, it should be maybe a bit louder. Okay, so not as loud as I thought it would be. But maybe tell me if microphone is a bit better now, Devin. But yeah, it's really impressive, the delay stuff on YouTube. Like when I stream on Twitch, I think it's very short. Like for most people, it's at most 8 seconds or so. And I think I'm in low latency mode here as well, though I can't see it right now if I am. Can I see it? You know, I don't want to mess around with my settings here. It is louder. Is it unpleasantly loud? Is it now distorted or something? Because as said, it's always doing this live. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Interesting. Yeah, but whatever. Should be better now. Hope it's not distorted. It's always like a little worry I have. But it seems like no sound now. Wait. Maybe because I just shut up for a moment. Oh, it's back. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, we have a lot of stuff to talk. So is there anything? Good evening. Sounds good. Awesome. Yeah, always nice to see so many people in chat and being active. That makes streaming a lot of fun. So I probably have to wait a bit longer and then over time develop the skills to basically do something in the time I wait for an answer. So very difficult. Maybe I should do this in some way. Okay. what topics shall we discuss first, chat? Also, hope you had a fantastic day or fantastic weeks. I definitely had. I was really busy, and I'm not even sure if I should spoil the next video already. So I came to the. Maybe I just do it because I feel confident in so far in what I have worked on so far. Originally, my plan was to finish Who is Elrond, and just the next two videos I would try to release this month would be Who is Elrond. But I thought maybe it would be really, really smart before the show starts to get a video about Galadriel out. So I will also do the same approach as I'm currently having with the Who is Elrond and Third Age videos. I will cut it into parts. And I already wrote a pretty decent script, in my opinion, with a lot of interesting details, in my opinion, that I researched in the couple of weeks, in the past couple of weeks, already into a decent script, I would say. And probably, there will be an hopefully interesting video about Galadriel stopping relatively early in her life already. Not sure how many parts it will be. I think we're talking still, like, it won't be as long as Who is Elrond, I can promise that already. Though I think we might get in the ballpark also of 2 hours or so. But really hard to say. It's not the script is not completed yet. So I would then post the Who is Elrond part 9, it should be, as a next video in case people are interested in that. What a time to be a subscriber to this channel. Definitely. Also, my chat just didn't update for a moment, so now I got the messages back. Let me just catch up with it. Try hitting some high notes. No. Then we can tell you if it's started. Are you gonna do live reactions to episodes? Yes, I think we will do. And this is a very important question. So I will release another or make another video with some. I assume I do in the community tab of my channel. There will be some polls in the upcoming weeks. Let's put it that way. Before the show starts, I need to just want to have some information of my viewer base who watches me frequently. What you guys want to see and how I should handle that, because there are a lot of interesting ways what we could do. First of all, as you're probably all aware, I have a Twitch channel. And I'm not sure if people know, but Twitch.tv is owned by Amazon, which in of itself could be seen as problematic, but in this case, it offers us a very interesting feature on Twitch. The problem is, I know that a lot of people don't really like the Twitch platform, which I can totally understand, so we have to figure out a way how we deal with that, so people don't miss out any content if they don't want to check on Twitch. But the point is, on Twitch, there is a weird feature where it's called watch parties. And what we can, since the Amazon show is running on Amazon, it is possible for me to start a watch party stream, basically click on play the episode, and if you have Amazon Prime and your account is connected to Twitch as well, it syncs you're seeing the episode and it's synchronized to what I see. So we can basically watch along together. The people who don't have, for example, Amazon Prime, for whatever reason, just then see, I think, the normal stream window. I could, or I definitely will, if we would do it this way, just a suggestion by my side. I'm late to the party, Rosie, nice to see you. If we do it like this, I would definitely, in my little screen that you see, I would show you like a time code that you know where exactly we are on the episode. And if you don't want to connect to this or whatever, or watch the episodes by whatever other means, you can also watch along, I guess. But yeah, that is definitely a suggestion I have. I will do a poll on this if people are interested in this. Another question, of course, I have: should I do this when the episode drops, like a live first time viewing, or should I do this later? Because for me, as a European, the release times of the episodes are, let's say, rough. At least the first one airs at, I think it's 3 o'clock in the morning for me. And then the other ones are round about 6 o'clock in the morning for me. 6 o'clock is manageable. 3 o'clock is, yeah, let's say not ideal. Especially to make a stream. So we could also watch them later. And I will watch them when they come out anyway. So we could do this. But since I want to cover them in some shape or form, I want to... since I want to cover them in some form, I definitely want to. I need to watch them and make some notes and stuff like this. So I need to plan how to cover them, how to make a video about them in some form. That is definitely just curious what people think about this. Some people just want to watch by themselves and then get together later to discuss. Yeah, totally fine. That's why I will definitely make a poll before we actually do this. And it's just an offer to do this. I will, when the episode is out and I had a moment to think about it and maybe do some research if necessary, then I will definitely also do like some form of recap analyze stream or so. Yeah, Europeans got the rough deal, exactly. I personally would prefer it when you already watched it. Yeah, I can totally understand that. But this watch party thing is just an, let's call it, additional bonus on Twitch. I could record it and upload it on YouTube as well if you want. But it could be upload overkill a bit on this channel then. Because I will definitely, for every episode, I at least plan to make a recap. Then we would have maybe these watch party stuff things. And then I also there might be collaborations with other streamers, like something like a roundtable or so. Though this is still in progress of organizing currently. Like with other Tolkien channels and so on, that we get together probably like a few days after it released or so and see what is going on. I have to admit, I think about maybe doing a first impression live and then maybe go more in-depth in a separate video. I still have to really think about additional bonuses. I guess it's a tautology, but whatever. You know what I mean. But yeah, watch party sounds good. I think it could be interesting. The problem for you people might be, I know that some of you are definitely also rightfully so checking out many of the other Tolkien YouTube channels and so on, and other creators, and they will also do that. So it's difficult to say where do you want to watch. So that is definitely a thing. What did I miss? Currently we're just discussing potential covering of the show, and that I will make like a dedicated Chris asks for feedback video, usually call them need for feedback or so, and there you can tell me then maybe I guess I make also polls in the community tab, and then you can tell me what you prefer. I have to just find good questions because I don't want to make 20 polls or so, but a few probably have to do. So not really important stuff. In a way, not really important stuff, but for me it's of course important because I have to organize and plan stuff, and I definitely want to know those who are interested in the show, what do people want to see, what do people expect. And yeah, that is always, of course, a detail. Neil ancient technology. I'm committed to Fellowship of Fans stream, but I'll be back there. Yeah, I might also pop up on Fellowship of Fan, one of their streams as well. So you could see me there as well. I already talked with those guys as well. So there will definitely be a lot of collaborations between all the YouTube folk here going on. Very curious how that works out, and so on. Don't worry, stream will outlast them. Yeah, it's really difficult to tell, but it's probably, I'm not sure how other people's plan to do their recaps. My recaps will of course always look at what is in the books, what is in the episode, what are the differences. Does it make sense? Is it plausible, at least from, I don't know, the perspective of having to create or loosely transfer, let's put it that way, what Tolkien wrote to film and so on. It's definitely that part that is interesting me the most, and I think I'm also somewhat known for doing the film book differences stuff, which will also continue as soon as the series is done. We will continue with that as well. Don't worry, there is just years of content ahead of us, I guess. That's how I would phrase it. I hope it will be interesting at least. But yeah, currently I'm just very interested in what people expect from my channel. What should I do? I just watch your live and beforehand, and when I watch it with my family, I pretend to be as knowledgeable as you. Well, that could definitely work, I guess. But yeah, it's difficult. Of course, when we do a watch party, and that is maybe a little announcement because I need to test the technology behind this. I've never done a watch party on Twitch. So my suggestion, chat, and this is, let's see it for the stream watching folk, and maybe if people watch this as a VOD later, write it down in the comments. I plan before the show starts to do a test watch party, and we watch Fellowship of the Rings on, I don't know, in a few weeks. It's not that many weeks left this month, so next week I would say, something around this. We'll give you also a little announcement when this happens. So we can only watch with the watch party feature because Amazon I hope it works actually. I'm not sure if it really works, but if it's not working, we figure a way out how to do this. Amazon has currently in Amazon on Prime also the Lord of the Rings films 1, 2, and 3, of course, and they only have the theatrical version. That is the big but here. Skywalker's asking the right questions. I would love to watch the extended edition, but for this watch party feature, there's only the theatrical cut. Unfortunately, not the extended one. So we would have to watch that. I haven't seen the theatrical cut in years, but in many years, I have to admit. So it's kind of interesting to see. I know that in the theatrical cut in the Fellowship of the Ring, there's at least one scene that is not in the extended edition, if I remember correctly, which is completely strange, but I take it, I guess. It's just a very short scene when Frodo and Sam are camping under this tree. We could repeat this with the extended edition as well. What I have to do then, I can't do this using the what's it called, the watch party feature. So I just do like a live stream like this, and then I show you like a timer. Did I prepare this somewhere? No, I don't, right? I don't have it here on this. Wait, maybe I have it. I'm not sure if it works. Let me just test it out. So what it will basically look, except for the black screen. Let me just see, where is it? Count up. It kind of works. Okay, so it would look like this. just imagine the black screen, there is some sort of screen, and maybe make it bigger or so, but you have a timer, and then we watch the scene, and now Galadriel is telling us how she feels it in the air, and in the water, and in the earth, and so on, then the prologue, and the war, and so on. You know the beginning of the films. So with this timer, you see where I am in the film, and we can basically synchronize over this. That would be the idea, if that makes any sense. So the tech is already there, and I wouldn't call it developed in the background, but and then we would just watch it along and chat, and we could chat, and I would just constantly talk over the film and tell you some details I know or not, and yeah, could be really fun night. Prime has the extended edition for in the UK, but not okay. That is strange. Maybe I have to look. Maybe they have the extended editions. Last time I looked, I only saw the theatrical cut though, but I could be wrong. Longest stream, a watch party of all three. No, 6 movie extended cut. Yeah, that will maybe be a bit too long. If I get 100,000 subscribers, we maybe do something like this. But I have to set for this stuff. I have to set my the goal very high, because that will be a long day. Let me just think. Extended edition. If we skip the credits, which we would have to do, we can get through the 3 films in 10 hours or so, 11 hours, something like this. So it would be like, I'm not sure how long the Hobbit films are in extended. Maybe also 12 hours. That was a joke, but it would be kind of fun. I have to admit, I really like the films. Except the Hobbit films are a bit strange. Though I have to say, the extended edition of the Hobbit helps the films quite a lot. I watched Justice League with Zack Snyder, exactly like that. It works. Yeah, of course it works, and it might be funny to do so. Like, I can imagine maybe we don't do it at one day and do it several days, but yeah, we could definitely check it out. But I hope some people might be interested. I'm not sure how many people of you will use Twitch and have Amazon Prime connected to the Twitch account, but that would be needed for this feature. I guess it works on all the platforms. Yeah, they're quite goofy, I agree on that. The extended cut makes it not perfect, but I feel like some stuff works better in the extended cut. More live production, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, exactly. I'm tapping out if we do The Hobbit. Okay, maybe we just do The Lord of the Rings. I don't know. The problem is there's a very cool... Oh, Mark Shizas, you're welcome. There's a very cool version, I think, somewhere, where somebody took these 3 Hobbit films, cut them down to 4 hours, and cut out all the nonsense that they added, and it's pretty, at least somewhat decent. Never saw The Hobbit in extended cut, I think, yeah. The Hobbit films still have their problems, even in the extended cut, just due to all the weird stuff. But, yeah. Difficult topic, The Hobbit, I feel. It's a slog. It's really hard to tell how the pacing is then. Some people also say that the extended cut of Lord of the Rings feels like too slow in comparison to the theatrical cut, which I can completely see. But for for fans of the books, of course, the extended cut is really interesting. I heard about that. I would give the 4-hour version. The problem is, of course, I think it's not legally available, and that is a problem. Else I wouldn't mind watching that 4-hour Hobbit supercut. There's some scenes that I kind of find interesting. For example, there is a scene where Gandalf meets Thorin's father, Throin, in Dol Guldur, and yeah, it also explains, like, he's missing a finger, so it explains basically that Sauron got the ring this way. And there's also a scene in the Battle of Five Armies where we see why Sauron did not take the ring of Narya, the ring of fire, from Gandalf. There's a scene where Orc tries to cut off the hand of Gandalf, and then Galadriel comes and just destroys him. Which is, yeah, stuff like this is added, and I wouldn't say it isn't ideal, but it's okayish that they at least thought about, okay, the moment Gandalf got captured and they wanted to take the ring, he is saved, so that kind of makes sense. Welcome. I'm not sure how your name is pronounced. Kuba? Hard to tell. But yeah, welcome. Just have the timer skip the scenes and no problem. Yeah, well, it's it still makes it difficult, I feel. Yeah, so that is definitely on the program. So maybe I should have wrote down something like an awesome list so people know what is coming, kind of. But of course, I didn't prepare anything. The big fool I am. But yeah, so to summarize, definitely we will check out the watch party feature on Twitch and watch whatever version is available for Fellowship of the Rings before the show starts. I won't have the time to watch all 3 films before the show starts. Oh, Somnium Effects, welcome. Oh, Fifi Trixie is also here. Long time no see. That is true. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you had a good time. But yeah, so to summarize again, the Fellowship of the Rings. Fellowship of the Ring. I can't talk anymore. The Fellowship of the Ring watch party on Twitch thing. I can record it and maybe upload it. I would upload it to the archive anyway. Like, there's a Twitch stream archive on YouTube where I upload every Twitch stream I make, unedited. And so people could watch it there. Maybe I upload it to the main channel if it's good and if people are interested in this. But then, of course, it's not live and offline. Hard to tell. It's just for testing out this feature if it works like I imagine. As we just discussed, I will show you a time code for that. Question is, where is it? So yeah, we have like a time code, which of course I did not reset. Did I press on pause? Now it should start. Yeah, then I just show you the time code like this, and then you know where we are. That should definitely work. We test this out, and maybe we do this for every episode of Rings of Power as well, then, when it works well and people are interested in this. Not sure when we will do it, like when it airs, after it airs, in the middle of the week or so, because I can imagine that people just want to see the episodes by themselves and don't want to have like some YouTube dude talking over the episode all the time. But that is definitely what will happen if we have a watch party. Like, I will, of course, talk a bit over the episodes and what we see. Excellion of the Fountain, welcome. Nice to see you. I never understood how the orcs were able to tell that Gandalf had Narya. It's kind of strange, I guess. It got revealed by Sauron because there was like this huge revealing scene where Gandalf tried to reveal all the things Sauron had hidden in Dol Guldur, and as a result, maybe Sauron is also able to reveal the ring. Hard to tell. Chris, some YouTube dude. Exactly. really pleased you will be jumping on the Fellowship of Fan stream sometimes. There's too much content. It's terrible, isn't it? It really is. That is kind of a problem, of course, because everyone, like, I feel like I wouldn't call it a secret, but I'm not sure. I'm somewhat known for to go into a lot of depth and detail, and this is, of course, in a way, I can go into an amount of detail that not many others can, or are not willing. That's a wrong phrase. Let's say they are not willing to go into that amount of detail. And at the same time, it's also like a bane, because videos become very long and take a lot of time to produce. So finding there the right balance is always a bit difficult, to say the least, if that makes sense. And I noticed it when I covered some of the trailers. Like, you remember when the 3-minute trailer came out and I was not able to make a breakdown in my style, in the depths I want to talk about it, in under 2.5 hours or so. Like, that's just... In German I could do it in 1 hour 15, which still surprises me to this day. I'm not sure how I did it in German. Like, we also have a German channel, a small one, and the feedback on my stuff there was very positive, I have to admit, so I'm very happy that people enjoy the German stuff as well. But yeah, it's of course interesting that I can do it faster in German. I assume my brain needs a lot of capacity in English to talk English, and in German I can focus more on leaving stuff out and what I say next, so I can maybe shorten things. But it's Chris time. Yeah, that is exactly why it's Chris time. Like, a 2-minute trailer is 3 hours of it's 2.5 hours of content for me. That is also a good question. I could, if people are interested, also stream on the German channel and do it in German as well. But yeah, that might be also a question for like a Chris asks for feedback in German video, to just see what people want. I definitely will try it out. So there will be at least one experimental German stream, whatever, watch party, whatever. I don't know what I do on the German channel, but there will be stuff there too. I remember the not so short discussion about the location of the watchtower picture. Yeah, that was also quite long. Though I also discussed the first picture. Wait, just to get production here a bit going. Let me just see. Do you remember the first picture Amazon published of the show ever? It was the 2 trees. It was this scene here, and we discussed it for 5 hours. It was a short 5-hour discussion. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I can. Though I think there was also lore Q&A in the stream, but it is it is what it is. Now that we also got some awesome footage from the series, I would also really suggest and like that I use some of the stills we got so far. I think so far I did not, when I like using moving footage is a bit difficult at times, because I had one video that got claimed, and I don't want my videos to be claimed because it's just a pain to deal with. Like, you can say, hey, that's fair use and whatever, and then it takes 2 weeks and so until it's solved, and it's just terrible. So usually it's just worth deleting the video and re-uploading it. That's the fastest way I usually do, but I mostly will use stills. As long I requested whitelisting from Amazon, but so far I did not get any answers from them, so I don't know. I guess they are quite busy. Hope I will hear from them. At least having whitelisting so I can use at least trailer stuff would be pretty awesome, without having to worry about claims and whatnot. But I don't know what Amazon's policy on this will be. I tip my head that for doing the streams in English rather than addition to your relative native tongue. Yeah, that's it's difficult. Like I started with Twitch a long time ago, and this helped me a bit doing stuff live and talking a lot live. I was much worse at this a few years ago, and it's just practice at this point. Though I don't feel like my streams are incredibly, or my delivery on when I have to talk freely is incredible or so, and not even close, but it's at least okayish, I would say. It must be a game show. We could do something like this at some point. Where is this place in Middle Earth with Chris? And we got some guests, and they have to guess where we are. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. It's maybe a good bridge to one of the topics I would like to discuss today. A game show with subscriber showdown with Chris and Horst. Yeah, something like that. Did something new happen with the show? So far, we haven't really discussed the show at all. We just talked about, I don't know, stuff happening on this channel soon. Did something happen? So with the show-wise, not much. Like they released a few, maybe just as we're talking, they uploaded something I'm not aware of. But so far, everything looks okay. Nothing. My Discord is not exploding. Nobody's pinging me. So it seems like so far nothing new. But they released a couple of shorter, like 1 minute little trailers on Twitter and so on. Nothing really on YouTube. There was one thing where they Spielkalb of von Spartas there. Welcome. They released one video on YouTube on some site kind of exclusively, and there they revealed the location of Tirharad, which is in my opinion very surprising. And yeah, I'm unfortunately was kind of wrong, because I just simply excluded this possibility completely. But whatever. We will talk about this, I wouldn't say in a moment, but today I definitely want to discuss this for a short moment. Even prepared some interesting stuff there. That is new. Then Embracer Group bought the rights, the film and merch rights, as far as I'm aware, of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. So the Tolkien estate, or Tolkien himself, sold the rights for film and for the filming rights for The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbits in the 60s, and it's not in the possession of his family anymore. So that's always something that happens in these rights exist basically in parallel, but they are just film and merchandise rights. It seems like that a TV show, what Amazon is doing, needs additional rights, and the filming rights are not enough. There was like a lot of stuff. I know that these merchandise rights can be to some degree also, maybe not, it's really hard to tell, used for making video games. There was a lawsuit going on for many, many years with the Tolkien estate, so Tolkien's family and heirs and so on, and Middle-earth Enterprises, who previously hold the film and merchandise rights, and it was about, are the merchandise rights enough to justify making video games out of Lord of the Rings and The Hobbits, like the Shadow of Mordor games and so on, stuff like this. And I think they settled somehow. I don't know exactly what they agreed on, but there was some kind of agreement in the background. And now Middle-earth Enterprises, I think itself, was sold to the so-called Embracer Group, which we will also talk today a little bit about it. I thought the internet is Germans talking English to each other. Well, that is a possibility. Don't all Germans speak English anyway? I would say not all, but the younger folks often speak English, I would say, to varying degrees. Some better, some not so well. Depends on, but I would say, yeah, most Germans speak decently English, I would argue. I guess the older generations are a bit worse when it comes to English, but not, of course, also some younger people might struggle with this, because learning a second language is not easy or not equally easy for every person. Some people struggle a lot with the second language. What do you think about the soundtrack? That's also a topic we might discuss. The problem with the soundtrack is, in my opinion, I can't really give you too much input on it. Maybe we could just talk about it for a brief moment. Wait, when did orcs try to take Gandalf's ring? I never saw the scene. It's only one orc taking his ring. Maybe I can find the scene for you. We just talked about the Hobbit film in the extended cut for people wondering what we are even talking about. Let me just see. It should be. It's in the Battle of the Five Armies film. And let me just hope I find. I'm pretty sure I have the screenshot of that somewhere. The stress is on somewhere. Let me just see. There's some weird feature that always drives me crazy. I don't have. Of course, I can't show you the scene exactly, but there's a scene in Dol Guldur, and let me just see. Yeah, it should be right. It looks like this is the hand of Gandalf, and you see the ring, if I'm not mistaken. There is. Let me just see. There's another scene, and yeah, this guy tries to cut off the hand of Gandalf. This is only in the extended cut of The Hobbit. It's not in the theatrical version. And he doesn't succeed, obviously, but spoiler. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. Let me see if I can find the dude who tries to cut off his hand. Okay, I screwed up, chat. Sorry. Always. What? It's not in the same directory? You're kidding me, Chris. Where did you save that? This is a really strange looking scene. Don't tell me how it's composed there exactly, but yeah, this kind of happens. Gandalf is basically dragged there, and then this. I can try to find the other scene where we can see the orc that is destroyed, but it might be difficult to find. Like I said, I have like a huge archive with pictures from all the films, and though I have that, it's of course sometimes difficult to find anything. Like there are also scenes with, for example, Thorin's father. Also very interesting. Yeah, I found this scene. Let me just see. How do I find this? Is this? Yeah. I found the scene. I haven't named it yet, so that is why it's kind of off. This scene. Here you see Galadriel. Gandalf is lying there, and this is the orc who tries to cut off his hand, and then Galadriel comes and destroys him, basically. This is only in the extended cut, in case people wonder. of the Five Army film. Now, I didn't look in chat for a moment. Now we're discussing the Hobbit film. It's kind of interesting. Favorite character. Soundtrack, we come to a moment. I haven't forgotten that. We talk about this in a moment too. Will we see Melkor? You mean in the show? In the Amazon show? There is a scene where you see a silhouette in the prologue. I can already spoil that. So in a way, yes, but the show won't be about him, I assume. Maybe later on, I'm not sure. There are some series about some Morgoth priestess or something, but I don't know. Could be. Yeah, I'm from Germany. You, of course, if you speak German, you definitely hear that I'm from Germany. Though I have to admit, I very often get the comment that people say, I don't recognize your accent, which I kind of feel like it's a compliment that I got a bit better when it comes to speaking English. But of course, I'm not living in an English-speaking country. As a result, it's very difficult to reduce my accent further, I feel, even though I kind of try to work on this, but it seems people still enjoy this. Yeah, Stranger could be Gandalf. Definitely. Have you seen my last breakdown thing? Let me just... Yeah, we discussed this in a moment. I don't want to switch the stuff too much. I think it seems to be just too full of mystery boxes so far. Meteor Man, Eminem, Hobbits, Halbrand, the Balrog. Yeah, it's the show has a lot of weird stuff in it. I have to admit as well that not sure where they're going. We will see how it works out in the end. I expect a lot of fan fiction and just hope for good fan fiction then. Yeah, I agree. It has some similarities to Gandalf, and so far, the rumor or voices who have already seen the premiere, so I've seen episodes that he seems to be very reminiscent of him, but it's not clear if he is him. It's strange. Where did the stranger got his robes when he arrived naked? That's a good point. He had underwear, though. It's interesting. Don't forget Palpatine. Okay, chat. Also, I'm not sure. I know some people just tuned in recently here to the stream. As said, next video on this channel will be a video about Galadriel, part 1 of potentially several. And as you can imagine, like I plan it to be not longer than 30 minutes, the part. We won't get that far in her history already, but because the foundation of explaining Galadriel needs a lot of explanation. But I think it will be a very interesting video that goes far beyond what you can just read in, for example, I don't know, some of the classical sources on the internet. We dive really a bit into the writing process of Tolkien and so on. And I hope I manage to finish the next episode of Who is Elrond after that, before the show comes out. And then maybe I have to try to produce the final episode, or maybe I need 2 more. I'm not sure how many episodes Elrond still needs to be completed, but I probably won't be able to complete it this month. I try, but it's really difficult. But yeah, Galadriel, very interesting topic. For example, like some fun facts. Did you know that in the very early writing process of the Lord of the Rings, when Galadriel was invented around 1941, that Tolkien had in mind that Galadriel was the wife of Elrond? I find that is a very fascinating detail I did not know until just recently. A lot of research in the in the treason of Isengard, History of Middle Earth, book number 7 it should be. Very fascinating. Yeah, some people definitely recognize my accent further, but I often get comments where people ask me, yeah, I'm from, I don't know, from the United States or so. I can't really put down where your accent might be from. But yeah, you definitely hear it. Like, there are some English for German is a very weird language phonetically. It makes it very difficult. Like, especially the TH is a nightmare for me as a German. Makes it but also how we think how vowels work. In German they are very straightforward. In English it's just strange. Very weird ideas are happening in the English language, which makes the English language pretty cool, but also very difficult to speak, I would say, well, let's say perfectly. There are a lot of nuances to it. I guess every language has these nuances, of course, but even the basics of pronouncing words in English are sometimes difficult. But yeah, chat. I think that were the biggest little announcements I had. So we have a watch party. There will be recaps. There will be maybe short recaps or something like that, some analysis. Are the vowels different? The idea, for example, I guess usually it's more the diphthongs in English that are strange. Like, let's say the word bear. In German it's also pronounced bear. But if you change one letter, I don't know, you have like to a D or so, out of bear becomes deer. Suddenly the EA is an E. That doesn't exist in German. Like, the vowel is not suddenly pronounced differently. Why is it father and not father? Or something like this. You know what I mean? Like, it's in German it's always the same. The pronunciation of vowels is pretty much, with some exceptions, I guess, always the same. The amazing bad boy, nice to see you. USA. Yeah, and some nuances I don't understand. That's a good example that Spielkalb von Sparta does make. For me, these two words, then and then, sound exactly the same in my mind. But Germans have a really weird. The German phonology is really weird when it comes to to the sound like, it doesn't really exist in German. We have the letter for it, which is the A with the two dots above it, but we always pronounce it like an E sound, not like an A sound, which is really strange. But that makes it, for me personally, for example, very difficult to see these little differences in the pronunciation and so on. There are a lot of little things that little nuances that are somehow difficult to understand from the perspective of German phonology. German is just, when it comes to its phonology, very straightforward. There's not many exceptions. Maybe some, but once you get it, everything is quite interesting. Everything is very straightforward. In English, you have like, let's say the word he lives and he has two lives or whatever. Yeah, lives and lives is spelled completely the same, but it's pronounced differently depending on the context. That also doesn't really exist in German. This makes English often surprising when it comes to pronunciation of words for me. Like in my German brain, often I think, how is this pronounced? And then I say it wrong and people laugh. It's kind of funny. Yeah, there are a lot of interesting little cases. Yeah, it's because English is an not sure how it's pronounced, amalgamation of all kinds of different languages. It leads to weird changes. Exactly. Like if you reconstruct English to the etymology level and find out why the words are pronounced like this, then it makes sense. But usually, if you read a word, you don't understand the etymology of a word instantly, or you need to study to get this. If that makes sense. And if you don't have this knowledge, you have to basically learn the pronunciations and memorize them, as if you learn it as a not native speaker. Yeah, they sound quite different, but from just like if you learn a language, you have to see it from the perspective of when I learn a different language, I don't speak it every day. So reading how something is spelled and how I imagine how what I read is pronounced is a very fundamental element of speaking a language. And this leads to imperfection, because how I imagine how, I don't know, whatever word is pronounced is suddenly different to how it's actually pronounced. Then stuff becomes very tough to foretell. And then over time, like for example, I have many words I often say wrong, and my moderator often corrects me on them, rightfully so. For example, I often say, it's a German thing, I say chemical instead of chemical. Or I say realm instead of realm. Or I say serious instead of serious. I think I still say it wrong because I don't understand how serious is not pronounced serious, but whatever. I mean this serious. Serious. But yeah, I often say those words wrong because at some point in my life I just memorized them wrong, how they are pronounced. I thought that is how you say them, and this then leads to me saying everything wrong. Of course, I say a lot of words somewhat right, but it's definitely like they're simply words. When I read them, I would never, and I look up how it's pronounced. I always say, "Wow, I would never have guessed that." It's really funny. I'm a native English speaker who speaks a second language, and I recognize how incredibly inconsistent it is. Yeah, exactly. English is so inconsistent in its phonology. It's really funny. I'm kidding. English is quite good. Thank you. Much appreciated. But for example, like, I don't know, we can listen to the I have it open. I have the Cambridge dictionary open. My shout outs to the Oxford dictionary, but oh boy, it's even more complicated than I imagined it is. For example, the last sound of this word, serious, is, I think it's just serious or something like this. I would never have guessed that the E is silent. Yeah, wait, I have to do production really quick. This is how the Cambridge dictionary says it's pronounced.
Series.
I hope nobody just fell over the... but yeah, it's serious. I have to learn this, and I will say it wrong when I don't think about it, because I just memorized it wrong at some point. And it's very interesting that the last sound is not an S sound, but it's a Z sound. So serious. It's really... There's some details simply I will never get right. And then then there's also United States pronunciation, which is again different.
Series.
Like, and then you listen to shows in English, and they are American actors saying it like this, but in school you learned the British pronunciations and spellings and so on, and then it's next level confusion for you. Everyone is now awake again, so it wasn't too bad. Sorry. I dream in German. It's true. In a way, it makes sense because the I and the E in German form a diphthong, and it becomes a long E, like in Spiel, the German word for game. Though the word Spiel also exists in English, right? Yeah, I can imagine that they can't pronounce UK place names. I also can't pronounce UK place names. I have to look them up as well. Yeah, exactly. For example, many people want to pronounce every letter in a word, but it's not how you do it in English. It is confusing, exactly. Yeah, if you grow up with the language, it makes perfectly kind of sense, or you at least know what to do. But if you don't grow up with the language, it becomes difficult, especially if you don't like when you have to speak to survive, basically in your own country. Um, it is you learn it as a child, you exposed to it all the time, and of course, if people also have an interesting way of saying it, you also maybe adapt to the regional dialect or something. But yeah, it's I refuse. Welsh is impossible. Yeah, Welsh is next level. Though in some way, it's also more straightforward. I feel. Well, there are a lot of interesting cases, special cases, as far as I'm aware, but it's somewhat more straightforward than English is a really weird language because most other European languages, are also very relatively straightforward, at least when it comes down to vowels, with some special cases often. But English is just an absolute mess when it comes to phonology. Therefore, it's like grammar in German. Like forming a sentence in German is relatively difficult in comparison to English. You have to know a lot of things to do this grammatically correct. German grammar is a nightmare. It's not the worst. It's not as bad as Icelandic or something, but or Latin. Latin is also hardcore grammar. But yeah, I think Polish is also really difficult. But I don't have experience with that. I just know it's very difficult. And then we have our friends from France who also have like an interesting or a very complex phonology as well. So the pronunciation there. Yeah, I can imagine that because some of the Slavic languages are really difficult, and I assume the other languages are in comparison quite a bit easier. And I guess people struggling with spelling is a thing in every country, kind of. Yeah, that is a rule how to pronounce, but there are tons of exceptions, exactly. Don't you know there's big trouble? Are people that don't ever understand British people? Yeah, I guess if some British people have like an intense accent, they are really hard to understand. That's true. It's of course also kind of a practice thing, I think, but yeah. They've got more cases in Slavic languages than in Latin. And it might be true, but Latin is, I think, what makes Latin so difficult. I mean, Latin has 5 cases plus the vocative, though the vocative is relatively easy, so it's 6 cases. But yeah, they have though a lot of endings that you need to learn, and that makes it very difficult. I think that some of the modern languages went a bit down from that, though of course Slavic languages are pretty much also very complicated, I assume, on this level. So I heard like somebody I read somewhere like a person from Russia or so said that the in German has 7. Okay, that's impressive. In German we only have 4, and that's enough. But we have some weird stuff we do with articles and like there's a weird certain combinations if you have an adjective, whatever it's pronounced, and an article, like I don't know, it's difficult to explain. The articles can change and the endings can change in a very weird way, which people who learn German often struggle a lot with, which because it's like a lot of weird, like it's just very complicated. It's learnable but complicated, and learning to do it on the fly is kind of difficult. I sometimes notice when I change a sentence and then I don't know, the case switches and I have to switch all the endings of the following words. Then I notice that I sometimes make a mistake or so myself and think, wait a minute, it should be like this. But yeah, it's complicated. Countless tenses, yeah. Really thick Irish accent with English. Yeah, that can also be really difficult, I can imagine. So we talked a lot about language stuff, but it's always kind of fun to just chat a bit. Yeah, there's also this dialect stuff, but I think it also exists in some other languages as well. I just know Icelandic is considered really, really difficult. Old Norse as well, because it's basically an older form of Icelandic. 1.5. We're already streaming for 1.5 hours. Wow, that's impressive. Time just goes by very fast. Sorry for that, but we have a lot of catching up stuff to do. I hope people still enjoy the stream, even though we currently not talking too much about Rings of Power in news. But yeah, I wanted to stream earlier this month, but I just always waited for this trailer. It never just dropped. I thought, okay, now I have to stream if I want or not. And here we are now, very late in the month. I like language stuff, so no worries. Yeah, it's a very interesting topic. Like, especially in context of Tolkien, languages are of course very important always. There was also some stuff in chat I wanted to talk about, but I forgot where it was. Now it's very high up in the list. Maybe people can post stuff again. Language lessons over for the day. So yeah, we could maybe move on and finally discuss some stuff. So where shall we start, chat? It just shows the quality of Tolkien fans. Absolutely true. The soundtrack. Okay, so we shall talk about the soundtrack for a moment, chat. That's the suggestion that is there. Yeah, soundtrack. So I have to say I haven't listened to everything in the soundtrack just yet. I can't play the soundtrack, sadly, due to copyright reasons here, else we could look into some of the stuff, but as you can imagine, I can't do that. That's the point you wanted to talk about. Okay. Yeah, the soundtrack. So somebody asked like an hour ago about the soundtrack. Now we're slowly coming to that. It's our first topic here. The soundtrack. Yeah, what is to say about it? I feel like film soundtracks sometimes have or also for series, however it's pronounced, have sometimes the problem that they are composed with images in mind, with certain images. And I think that is obviously also the case. That will also be the case for this particular soundtrack. I listened I listened a bit into every track. Some I listened to, some I listened more, to some I listened a bit less. Let me just see if I can tell you the titles. It might be smart, right? Let me just double check. Yeah, that should be okay. Where do we open it? Okay, I have to accept stuff that surprised me here for a moment. Whatever. Yeah. So I listened to some tracks. Two of them, I think the Galadriel and Sauron theme were already known, and we know them. I think these were pretty decent tracks so far. Overall, just listening to them, I have to personally admit I don't really fully feel the soundtrack yet, which is of course different when I hear the Lord of the Rings Howard Shore soundtrack for the film, for example. There are, I don't know, I really like the one in that plays in Rohan there. It has this very distinctive motive that I remember, and I always love to see. But I have the images of the film in mind, because when I started listening to the soundtrack, I already saw the film, or I first time listened to it while seeing the film. So in a way, I have like a visual emotion to it. It's the same when I write a video and think my script is completely garbage, and then I edit, then I record it, try to make the best out of it, and edit it, and then when I watch the video with the material, I think, the script isn't that bad, to be honest. It kind of works. From my experience, having a visual to something can make out of something that maybe seems a bit dull or not interesting something truly awesome. I assume this could be the case here. And since I only have seen a bit of trailer footage so far, it's really hard to really tell. It's really hard to be completely hyped by the soundtrack. So I listened to it, and I think it's a very decent soundtrack so far. There are a lot of tracks I like, but I'm not completely blown away by it. That's basically so far my opinion. Like I even would say some tracks feel, for my personal taste, a bit like very standard fantasy soundtrack, like, if it makes sense, like a lot of chorus and so on, choir stuff, which I really like. Usually I like choir stuff, but here after Lord of the Rings was one of the films that I wouldn't say made fantasy mainstream, but definitely brought the high fantasy genre to a much wider audience. And this was 20 years ago, so we now have 20 years of fantasy soundtracks, and as a result, you listen to some of the tracks and it feels like you have heard them, some motifs, some parts of it, you have heard it before, and then it feels a bit standard fantasy soundtrack music at times. But as said, since I have not seen the pictures that were sought to the soundtrack, like as somebody says, that sound plus vision is always the natural whole. Exactly, especially in film. Which soundtrack? The soundtrack for The Rings of Power didn't catch my attention. I really love the original Lord of the Rings soundtrack, but the question is, would I have loved the Lord of the Rings soundtrack so much when I would have listened to it before I saw the films? That's basically the question that I might have. Let me just... How can I... maybe we can... I can't play it here. Well, I could play it. You wouldn't hear anything. I've just muted... Oh no, I screwed up, chat. Maybe, yeah, we can. I can maybe bring the screen here, not online, but on screen. Where's my production? Game capture, window capture. Yeah, this should work. So yeah, here's the soundtrack of the show. Yeah, the titles are in English. Good. Oh, is it really released? Yes, you can get it on Spotify. Wait, I can post you... Which platform do you prefer? So I can just post everything. This is Spotify. This is on YouTube. Let me just post it in chat. This is a YouTube one. If you have... The Amazon one is a bit difficult to post. I'm not sure if it works. Because I can... I have... My paid Amazon account is German, so it's the music.amazon.de link. I might have the com link as well. Apple Music I also have here posted on my Discord, so I can just copy paste them. So yeah, they are on all kinds of platforms. I'm not sure if you have to, for the Amazon stuff, if you have to have a paid account or not. Don't ask me. Generic soundtrack for generic show. We will see how generic it is in the end. But my point is, there's some songs I really liked. If we just go through it, like Khazad-dûm, I really I definitely see the dwarven power in this song, kind of like that. Galadriel one I also liked. The Sauron one was pretty decent, in my opinion. There are some tracks that has very unusual when it comes to the instruments used, which I usually liked, but always I felt like without the image, something is missing. Like I think you really need to see the visuals to appreciate, or at least I do, to appreciate the soundtrack a bit more than it is. There was Nolwa Mahtar, which means brave warrior, I think, if I'm not completely mistaken. And this one I kind of liked. It's kind of catchy. I like that. I remember that one. Then we have this one here. No, is it this one? That's the one where Durin's wife sings. Forgot which one it was. Was it The Secret of the Mountain? Wasn't it called something Stones? Oh, I can't search in this. This is unfortunate. Valinor wasn't, yeah. But was decent. I feel the plea to the rocks here. This is Sophia Nomviti. She plays Disa, Durin the Fourth's wife. This one I also find very interesting, quite unusual. But these were so far my favorite ones, I have to admit. The Hobbit ones are very different. I think the Hobbit ones, I'm very curious how they feel when we see them in motion with the Hobbits and so on. So far, they're okay, I feel, but I don't really fully feel them yet, if that makes sense. Yeah, they have to do some cool stuff for Khazad-dûm, I agree. I did the whole 2 months before seeing the movies in 2001, especially. The Bridge of Khazad-dûm. I knew Gandalf had fallen and wept, yeah. But maybe you also knew the story already. We just have very vague understanding of what is exactly happening there. Though I have to say I definitely think if I would have listened to the Shire theme without seeing the Shire and Frodo and how it's put into film, like the visuals to it, I might have not liked the Shire theme as well, but I think a very big part why the Shire theme works are the visuals, in my opinion. At least for me. I'm not sure. Yeah, from the Hobbit films, there is this dwarf singing thing, the Misty Mountains song, and yeah, that one I really liked. And of course, out of the motive, the melody out of this was transported into every time the dwarves appeared and had like a heroic scene. I really liked that motive there that they when they played it quite a lot. Oh, you only listen to the violin thing. Yeah, the numpad thing, I'm also not 100% sure what's going on with this. Somebody know more about this particular track? This one here? Chris, fair point. But yeah, kind of the Hobbit theme is very, from the Peter Jackson films, is very like the melody. I would say, what do you say it? How to say it in English? Like, if I would, is the word kitsch also existing in English? Like, it's very close to it. It's not kitsch, but it's close to it. Like, it's very at the border, but with the visuals, it starts to make sense why it sounds how it sounds, and then it works. Yeah, I don't know what do people. I think the soundtrack so far was received relatively well, though, because music is very very subjective if you like music or not. Some would argue that maybe in the Stranger theme there are some spoilers. Because if you listen to the Stranger theme and the Sauron one, you might hear some parallels here and there in the motives, but yeah, I don't know. I'm still curious what's going on with the Stranger. I'm very, very curious. But yeah, Misty Mountains and Blunt the Knives contrast each other really well. The light-hearted party song and the almost somber, quiet one. Yeah. So, I have to say, though, overall, it's not, I think that the soundtrack is bad or anything. So far, it feels like something is missing, and in my opinion, what is missing might be the visuals, like seeing the exact scenes the composer had in mind when he started writing this. I think that is the key that's still missing for me to dig the music a bit more. And of course, it's really difficult to make something truly unique in the year 2022, music-wise, for a series and so on. Like, there's definitely a certain meta going on there when it comes to music stuff. Let me just see. Everything is okay? Yeah, it is. Awesome. Is there anything we should discuss here? This here one is an interesting scherzo for violin and swords. This one I also found very interesting. Oh, I have to be careful here. Don't want to play it. Stop. Good that I have muted my desktop sound. Cheesy. Yeah, I don't know if cheesy. Yeah, cheesy is maybe the better word. For the subscribers, they can feel free to post some cheese in chat, because we have a emoticon for that, which I made myself at some point, which I really like. It's the cheesy corn or uni cheese. I'm still not sure how to call it. So it's also, in German we pronounce it motif. So it is also a long E in English. I didn't know that. Then I can just say it German, the motif. So it's motif. Like that? Good to know. Thanks for the hint. But yeah, it's kind of fascinating. The problem is, as said, I would love to listen with you guys into some of the tracks and maybe compare some stuff. I can't do this, unfortunately, because, yeah, I already feel the hammer of copyright claims and strikes hovering above my head. An unpleasant feeling, I have to admit. Oh, it's the same pronunciation in German and English. I didn't know that. Now I have contradicting information on it. Okay, so Cambridge Dictionary puts in the IPA, puts 2 dots after the I. That means that the I is a long I. So it's in British English at least, and US English as well. Let's listen. Maybe I make the volume a bit less loud.
Motif.
Motif. Interesting. I didn't know that it is pronounced like that. Yeah, the O is pronounced differently. It's not in German. It's just motif. It's just motif. There's motif.
Motif.
Motif. The stress is a bit strange in this word. I think the stress in the German word is also on the I because it's long. Yeah, motif. In German it's motif. Really strange. Yeah, on that's also a good point by Geyer. There are 2 extra tracks here. This one, it's Amazon Music exclusive. Find the Night and The Promised King. Both tracks you can only listen to on the Amazon. There's also only on Amazon the music. The composer also announced there will be more tracks released soon. So there's that. Oh, really? I learned something. Yeah, I also thought it would be like a motive or something, but it's motif. I didn't know that as well. I haven't listened to all of the tracks yet, but I like what I've heard so far. Yeah, it's really nice to see because I think the music for a show like this is so important, and it doesn't matter if I like the music or not, as long as enough people like it and it works out for them, then that is perfectly fine. As said, it's very subjective when it comes to music, and I personally also really like some classical music stuff, especially from the. Oh, Paul Freebaum is here. Born is here. Welcome, man. Nice to see you. Yeah, that might be the reason why. Yeah, but I think the music will work. Like it's always the case. Like there's some music that if you listen to it itself, it's okay, but if you edit it right, it can become the product can become truly amazing. I know this myself from editing, and my editing isn't that complex, and I just make basically a glorified what do you call it, dia show in German. It's funnily enough an English thing. Slideshow. Yeah, that's what you call in English. It's a glorified slideshow with some pictures going on and me narrating over it. So it's not really much editing that I do. Some other channels put like a lot more work in the editing than I do. But still, I definitely know that even the stuff you say suddenly works much better when you have visuals to it. It's magic. It's really a fascinating process. I had so many times really the situation where I thought, okay, this script is so terrible, I hate it. And then I edited it and think, okay, it's not that bad. It's always fascinating. And I don't even use music in my videos. Though I thought about maybe also experimenting with this a bit. But I feel like my videos are so information heavy. Like if you use music in a video, you need a certain pacing that's fitting to the music. And my pacing is just bombarding you with information for the complete video. So it's just difficult to find to use music there. But yeah, shall we move on to the next topic, or does chat feel the desire to discuss some of the tracks a bit more? As said, I can sadly not listen into it. Yeah, incredible amount of tracks, but this is an 8-hour show instead of 2-hour movie. Exactly. You definitely need a lot of music for this. And it's only the first season. It will be 50 hours in total when every season has aired, I think I heard. Okay, so it seems like I should wait a moment because of the chat delay. Next topic, please. Spielkarl von Sparta says. But maybe hear some more voices in chat to see what is going on next. In the meantime, I can, of course. But what should that be? There could be the right situation for the Lord of the Rings stuff. I would like to talk about this briefly. Would be my suggestion for the next topic. I think the Hobbit stuff will lean into the Aboriginal culture Tolkien has already described. Yeah, from the music tracks we heard here, it definitely has this tribal feeling that I find very unusual, like compared to what we know from the Hobbits. But these are not the Shire Hobbits, and at least how they portray them more as nomads and so on. So it kind of makes sense to have like a different approach for the style. While in the Lord of the Rings we have these hobbits who are anachronistic. Like if you look at Rohan, it feels like the people out there in the villages sleep on stones in the night, and the hobbits have like their bed, and they have a clock on the wall, and they have a mayor and a mail system. It's more like Victorian England countryside or whatever. And here we have like completely different. So it makes sense to go with a very different style. Very curious, though I don't really 100% like the idea of seeing the hobbits in the Second Age, because I feel like it's not really a Second Age topic. Still, I'm curious to see what they do with this idea of very early hobbits. And I also looked this up, by the way, because I was not sure myself if Tolkien makes a distinction between Harfoots, Sturs, Fellowhides, and the later Shire Hobbits. And from the prologue in The Lord of the Rings, he does not. So they are also, all of them are hobbits. They are not proto-hobbits, or I don't know, not hobbits. Tolkien also calls the Harfoots, the Sturs, and so on hobbits. There's even a very interesting source, one of the earliest mention of hobbits in the Peoples of Middle-earth, the chapter of dwarves and men. And there it seems there's like some weird half-sentence note that maybe the dwarves knew about the hobbits at this time, which I find very fascinating. But yeah, as said, it's just... Maybe I find it really quick. I can read it to you. Can I read it to you? Yeah, I can. Let me just see. Is this Peoples of Middle-earth? It is. I hope I memorized it correctly. No, I did not. I found it. I'm lucky. Very, very lucky. We can read into this for a moment. There's like a chapter, and it is a lot about the early dealings of men with the dwarves, especially the Longbeards. Their dealings between men and the Longbeards must soon have begun. For the Longbeards, though the proudest of their 7 kindreds, were also the wisest and most far-seeing. Men held them in awe and were eager to learn from them, and the Longbeards were very willing to use men for their own purposes. Thus, there grew up in those regions the economy, later characteristic of the dealings of dwarves and men, including hobbits. So, this, of course, has a later characteristic between dealings of men, but it's very interesting that Tolkien explicitly mentions the hobbits here in this context, and he already told that these early dealings and the learning and this process of both of them led to this later economy that the economy between them grew out of this, and includes hobbits here, which I find a very interesting quote here. Let me just catch up with chat really quick. That would be also funny to hear, interesting, not funny, but to hear like a John Williams soundtrack for Lord of the Rings. It would be really interesting, I have to admit. I think the Hobbit stuff will lead to the original. The people around southern Rohan. You mean the Druidine. The Druidine, you mean. Very curious if we see. Oh, a great Grebo is also here. Welcome. Mr. Man. I always thought about them as hobbits. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit difficult. It seems some disagree that they are, like, Tolkien describes them as these 3 hobbit breeds in the prologue, but he also used the term hobbits for them, so it's totally fine to call them in case people wondered. Personally, I don't want a Tolkien MCU. Yeah, I know what you mean. There was this one scene in this one trailer where Galadriel introduces herself, and then Halbrand says, I'm Halbrand, basically, as a little gag. I hope they don't overdo the joke frequency. Like, I don't want to see Marvel stuff or Star Wars stuff where there has to be a joke every, I don't know, 30 seconds or so. I hope they... Of course, there were some goofy elements and some jokes in The Lord of the Rings as well, but I hope that he strictly... that they make it strictly go with this amount of jokes in the film and not more. Else I think would be bad for the show. Yeah, exactly. We know where the watchtower is. Do we have a lot of information on the Harad region? Yeah, we have. This is a topic we will also discuss later. We could discuss it now. Hans Zimmer, Lord of the Rings would also be nice. I know he gets criticized a lot because Hans Zimmer definitely is one of the people who defines a bit how the film music meter works in a way. But he did some really awesome soundtracks. You have to give credit to him for some of his soundtracks. It's not his fault that people try to copy him all the time. Of course, Williams is also one of the best. Yeah, I also hope they keep the humor elements more subtle. Like, of course, if we look at Lord of the Rings, that worked. Like in the books, Gimli is also not as goofy. Same with Merry and Pippin, and I can definitely see how fans of those characters feel a bit sad for them pushed to the comedy part of the show a bit too much. But for me, always it worked. But they shouldn't do more than that. Like, I feel like a good show, or a good film is really good at having like returning to a base level and then just accentuates from there. It doesn't have to be, the base level doesn't have to be like a comedy all the time, if you know what I mean. Like, it doesn't, like, in a good film, you can make a joke, but you can also then return to the base level and also get really intense or emotional scenes without making those scenes feel ridiculous. And I feel some modern movies, and maybe also, I'm not really into watching series, but at least some movies I know definitely struggle with that quite a lot. And then it ruins a bit the mood and the story if the film is not able to take, if you are not able to take the film serious in its serious moments anymore. For example, the Star Wars, the new Star Wars, the sequel trilogy is definitely an offender of that. I feel like some of this, like, it's just not good, in my opinion, at least. I meant Harad in the books. We know not that much about it. Interestingly, it seems like when Numenor got to Umbar and basically took over the haven, we can read somewhere that they put heavy tribute on this region, and then they took all the treasures from there, probably not making friends down in the south. That is one detail we have. We know, of course, that they had darker skin color. Tolkien says in an interview that with the regions very, very far in the south, he had like Africa in mind, kind of, to some degree at least. Let me just think. What else do we know? We know, of course, the classics we also know from the film, right? The Mumakil. That they use those, and in war, that's definitely a thing. But beyond that, we know very, very little about them. There is, I think, I could be wrong, I think there are 2 Black Numenorians who later lead some of them. And one of them starts with an F, but maybe I forgot. Maybe I just... Maybe I just confuse it as always. Let me see if I can find this really quick. Yeah, but the Black Numenorians later got influence over them. That is, Herumor and Fuinur are the names. I don't know where this was mentioned. Let me just double check. Oh, it's mentioned in the Silmarillion itself, in the Rings of Power in the Third Age. Oh, it's an interesting idea Mark Schieser mentions. I always imagined the 2 elves in Return of the King who forged Andoril out of the shards of Narsil to be former, I assume, members of the Gwais y Myrdain, that are the Jewls smiths of Eregion, who stayed in Imladris after the Second Age. That's a pretty solid theory, in my opinion. It might explain where the forging capabilities of Rivendell come to be, because Rivendell is basically the successor realm of Eregion. It was decided that Eregion was not rebuilt after its destruction, and Rivendell basically became the new realm in this region. We're referring to the standalone character movie spin-offs and so on. Yeah. The brother of Kryn. Good to go. I got some videos for the next week. Take care all. Yeah, I have much success with recording stuff. Maybe check his channel out if people are interested. Comedy can help in breaking the tension, but it should not be overdone. Exactly. It should be used as a tool, not be the baseline of a show like this. But I feel even with Merry and Pippin, you sometimes, like, Peter Jackson managed to make and his team managed to make the films in a way that even though they were joking around a lot, there were also these tense moments between them where there was no joking around, and these scenes were not ridiculous, even though they joked around a lot, if you know what I mean. Like, they managed to use it as a tool and then return to a baseline where there was no joking, if that makes sense. It's really hard to explain, but it did not make the other stuff ridiculous. That is always a problem if you just joke too much around and are too, for example, meta in your jokes and so on. You can ruin a good moment, and at least I feel like that I have to give credit Peter Jackson for, that he managed to not ruin moments with jokes too much. Yeah, it worked quite well with him. It's a narrow path to balance, and you can do it terribly wrong if you just are very off. Yeah, yeah, like there won't be any Shire Pippin moment, stuff like this. Exactly. Yeah, that is a very good point. It's because the audience can tell the difference between the characters doing something that makes them laugh and the writers trying to make them laugh. Exactly. This is the narrow line you have to walk, I feel. Like they're the joking around how Pippin and Merry were portrayed in the Lord of the Rings. They were like, we have the name like Merry already. He's a merry fella. His and it's a very deliberate reference because his actual name is I think Kalimak, and his short form is Kali, and I think it also translates somewhat to somebody who is merry, who is a very joyful person. So it kind of makes sense, but yeah, it has to feel naturally, and yeah, the writers and Peter Jackson portrayed really well, I think, and of course also the actors delivered it pretty well. A really good point. Yeah, shall we move on, chat, or to the maybe we have still the looking at maps topic. Maybe I would do this a bit later. I would suggest we talk briefly about the Embracer Group purchase. And then see where we go from there. No. Meriadoc is the translation. Like the books of Tolkien are written from the perspective, just from the perspective. It's of course a fictional scenario, but Tolkien, as a language person, wrote the books from the perspective that Tolkien finds the Red Book of Westmarch. That's the Red Book Bilbo carries around or is writing, and later Frodo completes with his story. Let me just see if I find the screenshot really quick. We also see it, for example, in the Rivendell scene. And he finds this book and translates it into modern English. And this, of course, a very linguistic detail. Let me just see. Just go with the screenshot here. Here in Rivendell, where Bilbo shows the picture. I'm not sure if I have the correct credit here, but it seems to be right. Oh, right, I forgot it. Yeah, and in the actual, and the names are only translations of the actual names. Like, for example, Frodo's actual name is Maura Labingi, Bilbo's actual name is Bilba Labingi, and Meriadoc is a translation of Kalimak, I think. I maybe have to look it up because I very rarely use these names, so memorizing them, as you can imagine, is a bit difficult. Oh, it's written with a C at the end. That's why I didn't find it. But yeah, exactly. Kalimak is the name. Oh, it's interesting to see the name Gandalf in this picture. But yeah, it's always like these screenshots, these scenes with the book. It's very cool that Peter Jackson also portrayed this in the films. You could ask, why is it important that Bilbo writes a book? Because this is the communication situation, if you want to call it like this, of the books. It's kind of important. It's a weird but important detail. Weird is the wrong word, but it's a linguistic, in a way, detail. We have also this scene with Gandalf and Bilbo carries it, and then he goes off to Rivendell. Pretty awesome. On the rides, I referred to my earlier point. Yeah, very curious because, of course, I'm not a ride specialist. I think Fellowship of Fen made a post on their site, which basically says what I would expect. But I don't know. I have not listened to not talked to other creators yet. What they think about the ride situation. Maybe we can. Maybe we can switch to the other thing. Sadly, it's a wide screen with the Embracer Group press release post from the 18th of August. So, sitting in a dark room, it might flash a bit for a moment. But yeah, I would say we move to the right stuff, right? Very interesting. I did not expect this at all, to be honest. I was pretty, wouldn't say convinced, but I would have just assumed that Amazon will buy those rights. Like, they're already making a show. Wouldn't it be good for Amazon to possess the rights to also make new films? In my opinion, that would be like it makes sense from Amazon's perspective. It's not that I like that they would have the rights, but I don't know. It's interesting, let's put it that way. Of course, Amazon can still do films, because here this is just Embracer Group could just sell the rights, allow Amazon to make films or whatever they want with that. It's very interesting. So first of all, people might ask, who is this Embracer Group? So I'm not sure if people are into video games here in chat, but the Embracer Group is I'm not sure how old the Embracer Group is. From my perspective, they got on my radar maybe 6-7 years ago, something like this. And we noticed that they started buying a lot of game studios. So it's like an investment group, and they invest for a long time, it seems, only into video games, and started to basically, maybe some older folks who are into video games know THQ, the video game publisher, and they went bankrupt, and then their rights were sold and so on to just pay people. And a decade later or so, this Embracer Group bought the right to use the name THQ, and they formed what is called THQ Nordic. And THQ Nordic is like a lot of, let's say, not AAA but B or AA game studios, and they make like not the big titles but something between indie games and like a AAA game, often in the realm of so-called Eurojunk, which is a very interesting term. And Embracer Group bought also somewhat recently some bigger studios as well. For example, I guess Gearbox Entertainment. And Gearbox, for example, made the Borderlands games. These I would consider AAA games, because they became quite big, and definitely a name in the video game cosmos a lot of people know. And those were actually bought for, I don't know the price, to be honest. I really don't know the price out of my head. Maybe I would have to look it up, but maybe somebody knows in chat. I have something like 770 million or so in my head. Maybe it's also a billion or so. Hard to tell. But quite a decent price they paid for Gearbox, and now it belongs to the Embracer Group as well. I think it's still their own brand. It's not part of THQ Nordic Gearbox, but Gearbox and THQ Nordic belong to the Embracer Group. Let me just think if they also bought something other that is quite big. Well, just recently, I know some German, for example, people know the Gothic games, which are from Germany. The studio Piranha Bytes, it's a German studio who made Gothic 1, 2, and 3, and also the Risen games, and recently Elex, and less than 10 years Swedish, I believe. Yeah, it's a Swedish, I should say, it's a Swedish investment group. However, for example, Piranha Bytes was also bought by Embracer Group, so the games are now part of they're part now of THQ Nordic, which is relatively interesting. Yeah, and that now just recently they bought, it seems, the rights to. Let me just see. We have here the. I'm not sure how the name is pronounced. So the Sol Sans, maybe Zens company. I'm not sure how the last name is pronounced. Maybe somebody can correct me here in chat. And this company owned the filming rights for The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and the merchandise rights, which is important. And this company formed a sub-company or a daughter company, whatever the correct term is, that was called Tolkien Enterprises. And if you want to make a film or, I don't know, whatever, you have to ask or buy a license from this company here, or from the daughter company Tolkien Enterprises, and then later it was renamed from Tolkien Enterprises to Middle-earth Enterprises. And let me just see if I find this. Yeah, here it is. Embracer Group AB, through its wholly owned subsidiary Free Mode, has entered into agreement to acquire Middle-earth Enterprises, a division of the Sol Sans, however it's pronounced, company, which owns a vast intellectual property catalog of worldwide rights to motion pictures, video games, board games, merchandising, theme parks, and stage production relating to iconic fantasy literary works, Lord of the Rings trilogy and The Hobbit by John Ronald Tolkien, and as well as the rights to Middle-earth-related literary works authorized by the Tolkien Estates and HarperCollins, which have yet to be explored. I think this here is an interesting paragraph, but yeah, that's basically what was happening here. So this group, like I said, it's an investment group, and it seems like they have really a lot of funding. Like, we're talking about billions. They definitely have spent a lot of money. I'm really curious how much they. Wait a minute. Maybe I can find this out really quick, because it bugs me. Gearbox. How much did they pay for Gearbox software? I think it was quite a lot. It's not entertainment software. Just said it wrong a moment ago. They paid 1.3 billion for Gearbox, to give you a number. So of course there are bigger purchases of companies in the history of video games. Like Microsoft just bought Activision Blizzard for like, I think 65 billion or so. But still, 1.3 billion from this Embracer Group, who only owned these, let's say, smaller game studios, which are somewhat between an indie game and a AAA game, and often make like, not the games that could need a bit more polish often. It's really quite a lot of money they publish, they spend there to buy Gearbox. And it seems like now, and is not mentioned here in this text, but I found another article, and there it says that they paid for these rights, and this surprised me a bit, $770 million to get the to buy Middle-earth Enterprises. So they didn't buy, it seems like the Soul Sense company. They only bought Middle-earth Enterprises, which is the division that holds the Tolkien film and merchandise rights for The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. So that is basically what this means. Further, we have this thing here. Related literary works authorized by the Tolkien estate and HarperCollins. The Tolkien estate is among other people also some of the Tolkien family or heirs of Tolkien are on this estate, and HarperCollins is the book publisher who publishes the Tolkien stuff, the Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, and so on. And it seems like if they authorize stuff, they can do more with it. And this is an interesting detail. Oh, Tremoxo, welcome. Nice to see you. And this is an interesting detail because there was a lawsuit going on between the Tolkien estate and I assume Middle-earth Enterprises or the mother company of it. And it was about Tolkien originally only sold filming rights for the book The Lord of the Rings and the filming rights for The Hobbit, plus the merchandise rights for those. Is there any new trailer? No, there's no new trailer as far as I'm aware. I could just double check. If a trailer would drop, we would of course make an 8-hour stream again and discuss every frame, but it does not seem like there's a new trailer. However, to end my thought here, and yeah, the lawsuit was about that. Is it allowed? There were many lawsuits going on, but this one was about, is it allowed for Middle-earth Enterprises to give out licenses to other companies like Warner Brother Games, who published a game called Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. There were also the Battle for Middle-earth games and so on. And you could say video games are an art form, and Tolkien didn't give permission to make new art forms. He gave permission to make films out of it and maybe have merchandise stuff like, I don't know. I have here my Lord of the Rings cup that I'm drinking out of. And yeah, it's really fragmented, that's true. We can maybe check out the Fellowship of Fans page. There was like a small breakdown at the end. But yeah, is it allowed like to make a new art form like a video game with those rights? And what they said is that these video games are basically merchandise to the films and stuff. So that was that. And then at some point a few years ago, there was like the Tolkien estate who sued Middle-earth Enterprises, or the mother company. I'm not sure who they exactly the lawsuit was aimed at, but they made an agreement. It's not clear what they agreed on, but I assume it has to do with what is written here. So it seems they can authorize stuff, and then Middle-earth Enterprises can give out a license for this. And now that Embracer Group, by accident, owns quite a bunch of game studios, like Embracer Group really, I can't tell you how many studios they own, but it's a really, really long list. Maybe let's do it like this. Doesn't work. Yeah, like here's the list what Embracer Group currently owns. Like it's quite a bit of stuff they own. It's definitely a list. So here we have Piranha Bytes. I mentioned that. Let me see if we find Gearbox. Too far. Here we have Gearbox, for example. And so on. Like they own quite a bunch of things already. Like a huge list. I would have thought that THQ Nordic is even bigger, to be honest. But yeah, especially they also focus on European studios, it seems, which is kind of interesting. Just checking if I recognize. So it seems that if we go back to this article here, it seems that it's kind of practical that they own video game studios and now have the Lord of the Rings license. I assume they will use it. I can't read it on the screen. Well, I could make it bigger just for people. Maybe this helps a bit. Hard to tell. The article, we just see. You can post the article here of the press release in chat. It's a relatively long link. I just was surprised. This is the Embracer Group Wikipedia article in case you want to check it yourself. But yeah, it's a very interesting purchase. And it's interesting what they will do with it. Like, they could, when it comes to just making more video games, they could hoard it themselves, or they could, for example, I don't know, give out licenses to bigger other companies. Like, we know, interestingly, Electronic Arts, which is often very criticized, made some of the best, in my opinion, Lord of the Rings games. They made Battle for Middle-earth and War in the North, which is also pretty good. And there are 2 Battle for Middle-earth games. So that's pretty awesome, in my opinion, that they made those games back in the day. Then they lost the license, and then Warner Brother bought the license from Middle-earth Enterprises. And they also made some decent games with it in the form of Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, which I also liked. Especially Shadow of Mordor, I liked a bit more than War. But I guess it has to do with Shadow of War was just more of the same. In a way, just a bit better and bigger. And I felt I kind of played them not back to back, but I think I replayed Shadow of Mordor before I played Shadow of War, and this was a bit overkill. Like, it was just too much of the same. You can read it from the screen. Awesome. Yeah, that was before, like, EA's controversy. That's true. Like, Battle for Middle-earth, I don't know, when did this come out? The first one. 2007 or so? 2006? 2004 even earlier. I think Battle for Middle-earth Part 2 came out 2006. Yeah. War in the North, Lord of the Rings War in the North came out 2011, so even much, much later. But yeah, this is going on. Is this a good purchase? I'm not sure yet, because Embracer Group so far invested a lot. And with a lot, I mean really a lot of money into video games, for example. And they made some decent games, like Elix 2 was kind of okay. Biomutant was not the best game, but it was also kind of okay. I'm not sure what other big releases they had so far, but I guess Gearbox is very competent usually in what they do. As a result, yeah, I feel like it could kind of some good stuff could come out. They're a bit of an unwritten page. Like, there could be very good stuff coming out of it or not. However, they now have the possibility, because since the Embracer group themselves owns the license, they could just use their studios to make more games. And this, I would say, it's not bad for us to get more Lord of the Rings video games. Like with Middle-earth Enterprises, it was like we got a video game every, I don't know, 10 years or so, it feels like rarely. Now we could get a bit more, which is not bad. And this here hints at that they might get the authorization to use some more stuff. We don't know what the exact thing here, what it exactly means. But however, one thing that is very strange to me in this context is definitely Embracer Group is not known for making, at least to my knowledge, to making films. And now they have film rights for this. It doesn't, like, Middle-earth Enterprise was also not doing films. They were just a company that hold the rights and gave out licenses for other companies to make films. Embracer Group, I assume, would do the same, and they maybe see it, maybe they speculate that the Amazon show will be successful. And with this, the value of the rights for making maybe a new Lord of the Rings trilogy in, let's say, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years or so, or the next 10 years, might rise if the show is successful and they are the right owners, and maybe they find like a good company who is capable of making good stuff for us. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. They could use the licenses themselves. They can give out licenses to other companies. There's also the Gollum game and the this Moria game where you play little dwarfs and build stuff in Moria. Looked also pretty interesting. The Gollum game looks visually and technically like a classic Eurojunk game. So it's a bit old. It's definitely not a big AAA title. It's a smaller studio that develops it. That's known for pretty decent point-and-click adventures. So now they do a stealth 3D game, and it got just delayed to next year, I think. Feedback was not too positive on that. It's really hard to tell if the gameplay is any good. We have to wait for that. But this was still, I assume, Middle-earth Enterprises that gave out the license for the Gollum game, not Embracer Group, because it's just a recent deal. And I assume the deals of the past still are honored. So they can make their game with the old license they bought from Middle-earth Enterprises and so on. And they just like have the right now to give, for example, a new company the rights to make a new Lord of the Rings trilogy, a Hobbit trilogy, or whatever. I would assume it would be smart to make a new Hobbit trilogy, or not a trilogy, like 1 or 2 films or whatever they plan. Just imagine we have like an alternative to Peter Jackson's Hobbit, even though it has its moment and it's not completely bad in my opinion, but it definitely has a lot of problems. It's not wholly Peter Jackson's fault though, because he came into the project, I don't know, he had just 6 weeks for preparation, which, and comparison for Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson could prepare for like, I think 1.5 or 2 years, or even more. And here he had only like 6 weeks for the Hobbit films. As a result, a bit rough around the edges here and there. Exactly. They own the rights for the motion picture, and Amazon has the rights for making a series. So they can't make their own Lord of the Rings series or so. They can only make the other stuff out of it. Like they can only make films. It was more pre-production, yeah, exactly. But of course, a lot of planning and writing and so on went on. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell if the contract demanded to make 3 films out of that. Maybe Peter Jackson would have said, let's just make 2 out of them. Really hard to tell. But yeah, this is... I'm not sure if it's... Like, I think it's not... It's kind of good that Amazon did not get the rights, because if too much power when it comes to all this rights situation sits on one company, this company can do whatever it wants. Now with another... Like, if Amazon would have interest to make also feature or also motion picture films or motion pictures, they would need to negotiate with Embracer Group, and that, in my opinion, is not that bad. Also, other companies besides Amazon would now have the opportunity to make films, which is even better. So I think it's even though I would have expected that Amazon would have bought the rights, because this company announced that they want to sell the rights, or the division with holding the rights. I would have expected Amazon buys it, and now it's another company. I'm quite happy with that, because I think for us all that's the best solution. Though it can also go terribly wrong. I can't tell you if Embracer Group is really able to make anything out of this. Oh, get a visitor, and I wish you much fun. Have a good time. Thank you for staying so long, Spielkalb. But yeah, it's I think it's better than Amazon buying the rights, to be completely honest. Like, it's always good. It was the same with, for example, Twitch, the video game streaming platform. No, it's not a video game stream, but it's a streaming platform where people stream how they play video games, which I also use at times. Was also sold or bought at some point, and Google also wanted to buy it, but Amazon bought it at the end. Just imagine Google having Twitch and YouTube. I'm not sure if that would have went too well, to be honest. Yeah, we don't want a Tolkien monopoly, exactly. I agree on that. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. So what they can do now is they can give out, like, let me just see if I find the Fellowship of Fen blog post in a moment. Let's see, where is it? Fellowship of Fans. Of course I don't find it now, because I'm an idiot at times. Let me just see, where could I have stored it? Maybe nobody can post the link in chat, because bot would block you, so don't try. I think I found it. So yeah, shoutouts to Fellowship of Fans. And it says, so Tolkien Estates owns the books, Warner Brother owns the movies they made are making, Embracer owns the rights to make new movies based on The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, including appendices, and I expect it to continue working with Warner. They can also make video games. Amazon holds the rights to adapt The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, including appendices to television and streaming. And MGN, owned by Amazon, holds the rights to distribute a film version of The Hobbit. So that is, according to Fellowship of Fans, Chen, shoutouts to him, basically what it is. I post the link here in chat. Let me just see how I do this. Like this. Yeah, that you can read it yourself. Just don't want to take away the traffic from Fellowship of Fans. But yeah, that's basically the right situation that we currently have. Yeah, that's a good point. They might have violated something there with buying it. Definitely a good point. Yeah, so are there any questions, further comments? Else I would say we just maybe move on to some other stuff. For example, the idea that Tirharad is in Mordor. So yeah, that's also a really strange topic. But yeah, maybe we can just, I'm not sure what else there is to say. I would expect there being video games for coming out more than we have recently. I hope they don't overdo it, which can easily happen, of course, but yeah, I don't know. It's a minefield. It definitely is. Before door. Wow, Steve, that's that's a good one. Before door. Yeah, that was a time when they had less doors there. But yeah, I guess we move on, chat, right? Let me just switch the screen again, so we don't have this fancy white screen. Let me just think a moment, because now the production problematic stuff might get problematic. So I waited quite a moment, and if you still have the chance to post questions and we move maybe back for a moment, else I would just jump to the next topic, because there's I wouldn't say plenty to discuss, but it's an interesting idea. Not my own. It is true. -1 gate is a low amount of doors. That is true. Yeah, it's time. Okay, we move on. So let me just see how I do this. This now is production-wise. We enter the difficult production. Will you do a return to Moria play with fans of the channel? That's a good question. Yeah, maybe. I will play it on Twitch though. Maybe we could also consider doing it on YouTube. I'm not sure yet. But usually I play games on Twitch, because for live streaming video games I like Twitch a bit more. That has various reasons. I know some people hate Twitch for whatever, but I think it's a decent platform feature-wise and so on for streaming. While streaming is okayish, is not bad, but it's special. That's maybe a good way to describe YouTube streaming. And Twitch has just very bad VOD options, or they got also better over time, I have to admit, but nothing compared to YouTube. So YouTube is a VOD platform for me, and Twitch is a streaming platform, and both can do VOD stuff, and both can do streaming, but it's not the strength of of each platform to do to do what the other platform is good at. Though, of course, it kind of works. But we could definitely do this. It sounds like fun. I'm not sure how many players are able to join one match, so that might be difficult. But we can figure out ways how to play stuff there. So yeah, let's move on. There was a trailer which I should have. Wait, I have to switch back. Then I can post you the link in chat. Can I? Always difficult to do. The problem is now I can't use my main monitor as I want to. I think I found it. It was loud. This is the... No, that is not the link. That is the Fellowship of Fan page again. Didn't copy. Now it works. So yeah, this is the video. Let me just get my production back up. Okay, so here we have this video, and I have to zoom in a bit to make this work a bit better. So we have this video here, and it's... Did I even check? Oh, I can't do this anymore because now you see my tapping around. So it was published by Digital Spy. I linked you the thing in chat, so shout outs to them. It's kind of some content for them. And we see the map here and the screen flying over a little bit. And we also know it's about the Rings of Power show. And if you know your map, if your map knowledge is really on point, notice this region here is Gondor. This is south of the White Mountains. These here. I hope you can see. You can see my mouse cursor. And let me just double check something really quick. I never added an arrow here. Okay, that is unfortunate, chat. Yeah, so these are the White Mountains. I could even go into studio mode so you see it in live, how I move my arrow around. Pretty decent. Yeah, these are White Mountains. This here, I don't know, Stone of Erech, for example, would be here. Maybe I can show you the... Now I'm just screwing up my production completely. Let me see, that's Numenor. But yeah, it's basically exactly this region here. We ignore the arrow here. And here we are already on this map. We see south of it is Mordor. There's this huge mountain range here in the east. And this is Orodruin. And here is Minas Ithil, or Minas Morgul as it's later called. Kiris Ungol is here. This here is Udun. There's a plain of Gorgoroth. And yeah, if we just move back to the map, let me just get rid of the arrow really quick, so it doesn't bother me. If we move further, we notice, okay, here we now on this map see some weird stuff. So here would be later Minas Tirith. Here in the middle at the river would be Osgiliath. Somewhere here would be on the other side Minas Ithil or Minas Morgul later. This region here is Rohan. Oh, you still see the arrow, right? Let me just... Maybe I do it again with the studio mode, it's easier. So yeah, Rohan would be somewhere here. Minas Tirith, Osgiliath, Minas Morgul, Minas Ithil. I assume Minas, Minas Tirith, Ungol. And then Orodruin or Mount Doom. Oh yes, still going, marvelous. It moved. And yeah, here on the other side as a result is Mordor. And here we already see this text here saying the Southerners. Let me just move on the camera really quick. And here we see classic Mordor. Here is the Sea of Nurnen, right? This is then, this region here is then Nurn, I assume. And now my knowledge of the names is a bit struggling. What was it called? Let me just double check. I think I posted it somewhere. Lislat. Lislat is the name, I think. We found it somewhere. This is good stuff. It is. But it's really strange because here a name pops up. It's probably hard to see, but it says Tirharad. And this we know from the trailers already. Maybe I can zoom in quite a bit. Oh, I can't do this, right? It's always a bit complicated. But yeah, here you see Tirharad. And this is kind of strange, to be honest. Because if we now go to our fancy middle second age map that we have, we are round about here, if that makes sense. And yeah, I don't know, it's really strange. If this is still Lislat or the plateau of Gorgoroth, I can't really tell you. Why is there such a gap? Harad just means south, so everything Harad here in the south just means this is a region that is from the perspective of those people who write the law south. Harad just means south. And the Haradrim are the south people, the southerners, or whatever it's pronounced. And that is the reason. Tirharad as a name, as we see it here. Let me just... Studio mode. Oh, it's really complicated to do the production. Tirharad, as we see it here, this name here, just means south watch. So it's a place that watches over the south. And Mordor, from the perspective of, let's say, wait, let me just move on. Let's say from perspective of Lindon, for example, is southeast. So it is in the south, or from the perspective of, let's say, no, I can't hit the arrow. I can. From the perspective of Lothlorien, for example, it's also south. All it says is Gorgoros is such a cool name. I agree on that. Exactly. The Haradrim are Florida, man. Exactly. But yeah, if we move further south, so Lothlorien would be here, and they are here. And they're watching, for whatever reason, over the south. It's kind of strange, in my opinion. Of course, could interpret it as that the name means that they're somewhat adjacent. In a way, they are, because, yeah, I don't know, somewhere down here is Harad already. Well, this is House Gondor. Still depends on the age, though. But it is somewhat. Here is the land of Khand, south of it. And my suggestion was originally that Tirharad might be here somewhere, where the river is. Or maybe even I expected it to be the Gap of Rohan, to be honest. That was my suggestion. But it seems like I was completely wrong. And it's in Mordor. And it's a very strange place in Mordor, in my opinion, because this is close to Kiri's Ungol here. If we now switch back to the other map. Let me just see if I can get my Atlas of Middle-earth really quick. I forgot to bring it close to my desk so I could grab it. So I have to go to the shelf really quick. Let me see if I find Mordor. I can't show it to you because, of course, it's the material is copyrighted. Okay, it's the Lislat, for example, is called it translates to ash plain. And if we let me just go to studio mode really quick. I have to do so many things here. Now it works. I have to do so many things here. So Lislat is basically the area north of the Sea of Nurnen, which is this one here. Yeah, north of this area here is it's called or translates to ash plain. The question is if it was always an ash plain. I don't know. We definitely know, though, that around Nurnen there was some green stuff. And that Sauron later grew, had slaves there that grew, that worked on fields and grew crops and foods for his armies. So we know that... Oh, I screwed up completely. Now we know that there was some green areas in Mordor as well. However, if we go just through the names, this here, according to the Atlas, would be part of the so-called Plateau of Gorgoros. And the Plateau of Gorgoros is relatively close, as we already see, to Mount Doom. So one would assume that this place is more ashen. You can, of course, say the ashen land is very fertile, but yeah, I don't know. It's not my imagination of Mordor. You could say this was, though, at the time before Sauron was in Mordor, but in my mind, of course, if I see in a show, for example, Miriel, I know we are very late in the Second Age, then this makes no sense, because Barad-dûr was already built. Let me just see, do we see more of this place? No, we can't see. The Barad-dûr could be somewhat really hard to tell how the scale of the map is, but it could be here, right? Maybe a bit further like this. No, it's definitely not here. It should be, Barad-dûr should be here. Something like this. And we know from Peter Jackson's films how Mordor actually looks in this region, and it doesn't look too pleasant, to be honest. So I find it a bit strange. I would have expected the first time I heard it's in Mordor, I would have expected it's maybe close to the Sea of Nurnen then, because that's one of the few places in Mordor that seems to be like where plants, where something could grow. Click it. It seems like everything is working. Okay. But yeah, it's strange. And we see this village here. If we now go, let's go back to the other mode here. Oh, Ares Aurelian just subscribed. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Let me just think for a moment where the map is. Not the map. I'm searching for the screenshots. No, we can do this. Oh, I try to use a screenshot. That's the easiest way. Let me just do production really quick. Inverted, yeah. As said, it's really, my brain is sometimes struggling with all the production stuff in the background. But yeah, welcome, Ares, or Ares Aurelian. Nice to have you here as another member here. I'm enlightened by the magical power of Chris. Exactly. But yeah, we have seen this screenshot with the tower where he watches. And if we go further into this trailer, let me see if I find this scene really quick. We have also seen this shot here already. And if we look if we just go to the right point, we see the tower actually on the screenshot here. It's at the bottom, at the top, not at the bottom, at the top left it is. It's here. Here's the tower. So it's definitely the village. Let me just see if I can get the arrow working again. Pretty hard to see, but yeah, there is the tower. That is exactly this one here. And you see how green it is, and there is a field. However, if we... I don't know, it feels a bit strange that they are at the border of the plateau of Gorgoroth, maybe. Maybe this is still part of the Ash Plain. I really can't tell you that exactly where the border of those different areas of Mordor are. But it seems to me very strange. I know, though, that the show plays very early in the Second Age, so before Sauron took Mordor as his realm, and they just compress time a lot. But it still feels, in my opinion, very strange that this place here is supposed to be Mordor, and that they are so far in the, so close to Mount Doom already. That seems so strange to me. I don't know. Here, somewhere here is like the village. Then they have the watchtower here, maybe in this corner, and it watches into this direction. Here we have the river, and so on. And then this also makes it, probably hard to see on the screenshot, but this also means that some of the mountains there in the background is actually the Mount Doom, which I find very fascinating. I think we might see it here later somewhere in the trailer. I have to admit, the village looks pretty nice. Let me see if I find it really quick. We see a lot of new scenes here in this shot here. Yeah, here we see the scene we know from the trailer. There's another scene where we see Arondir, this elf here, on the tower. Just can't find the scene. Maybe it was a screenshot and not in the trailer. I could swear it was in the trailer somewhere. Yeah, here it is. So in this shot, we see Arondir and his other elven friend climbing up this tower here. And then here in the background, it really seems like we see Mount Doom then. Maybe. Like, that is really unusual for me. The map variations also don't look right. I agree on that as well. That, like, it doesn't look too right. But I find it strange that there's a volcano. And you could ask, did maybe Sauron create the volcano or so? No, it was Morgoth who created the volcano, and it was created during the First Age, to our knowledge. So the volcano was already there and was created by a very evil entity already. And of course, as a result, this must have had an impact on the surrounding areas in Mordor. And I find it still a very strange choice. Of course, in the Second Age, very early on, this place here, of course, is still very, very different. But I don't know. It looks too different, in my opinion. If you consider also, like, if we look at this and look at the other map stuff that we know, you, for example, see that for whatever reason there's a tree here at the bottom. But if we look at the map stuff, like, this is how it should look. We see some rivers there that are not there in any shape or form on the other maps we know. We know there are 4 rivers leading to the Sea of Nurnen, basically from almost every direction. One from the north, one from the south, one from the east, one from the west, kind of. And it's also mentioned that the water of the Sea of Nurnen is bitter and so on. Of course, these descriptions are all from, I guess, the Third Age, and a lot of things could change. And from the Lord of the Rings, we actually know that Sauron only took Mordor as his realm a bit later. Let me see if I find this really quick. I probably won't, because things is always tough to find, but I will find it because it's in Appendix B of the Second Age. But yeah, we can see around the year 1000 of the Second Age in Appendix B on page 1083, in my version, we can read, Sauron, alarmed by the growing power of the Númenóreans, chooses Mordor as a land to make into a stronghold. He begins the building of Barad-dûr. Chooses, I'm not sure if I read this correctly, chooses Mordor as a land to make. I guess I said this, I'm not sure. But yeah, there he chooses Mordor around the year 1000. This is 2,300 years before Tirharad is even born. So you see there is a lot of time compression going on in the show, which I find a bit strange. Yeah, global warming, rivers dried up. Are there other volcanoes in Middle-earth? That's a good question. Not... Well, yes. In the First Age, if we go to my fantastic First Age map made by my moderator Kirdan, the arrow is almost right. It's a bit wrong though. Ignore it for the time being. Like here in the north, there was the fortress, the second fortress of the first Dark Lord Morgoth, and it also had 3 what I would describe as volcanoes that were called Thangorodrim. However, after the First Age, this whole land, like I always try to show people how this works, it would be, it's hard to tell, but round about here, probably arrows a bit off. This is the world itself. Arda, it's not a sphere at this point in time, it's just to make this effect easier. And yeah, this dark greenish area is Beleriand, that is the old west coast of Middle-earth. And after the War of Wrath, at the end of the First Age, it was destroyed and sunk into the ocean, and then Middle-earth looked like this. And so it sunk. But technically, these volcanoes, and also the volcano in Mordor, Mount Doom, was already there during the First Age. And yeah, so there are other volcanoes, yes, and it seems like all the volcanoes were created by the first Dark Lord, which is a very interesting detail I never thought about, to be honest. But yeah, it's definitely an evil place by default, or by its nature, if that makes sense. And in this is the Second Age now, and then this area is gone, but Mordor, of course, is still left. And yeah, it seems really Tirharad is now not there in the north, but in Mordor now, and is close to Mount Doom, which I find too strange, to be honest. Like, that is, in my opinion, a weird decision. It kind of works, I guess, because we know pretty much nothing about Mordor, but it's still strange to see, like, I don't know, how long. I really don't get it, to be honest. Like, they want to portray Numenor and the creation of the Rings of Power and the complete story arc of Numenor, and Mordor only looks like this, or potentially could look like this, if at all, if it ever looked like this, very, very early in the Second Age, lore-wise. So why do you place your settlement and characters in this particular area when we know Sauron will come there in the year 1000 and make this place then look like take it as a stronghold? And yeah, it will look like, I'm not sure from which film the screenshot will be, but I have one of my favorite screenshots. Hope I find it. And of course I don't find it. Now it takes much longer than it should take. There it is. I think it is from Two Towers, so we give credit to Two Towers. It looks like this hellish place here. Like, I don't know. Like, it seems, I mean, you could say, isn't that a pretty cool transformation from this view here, where he looks at, and then over the thousands, like, relatively soon, it looks like this. I find it strange, to be honest. Like, the stuff we are seeing here, like, what is interesting about this screenshot here, though, there is a very weird detail in the screenshot here. This screenshot here is taken from the wrong side of this scene here, because we see Mount Doom to the right and Barad-dûr to the left. That means we are looking at it from the north. We're looking from north down to south for this to kind of work. So basically, this screenshot, we are looking down to Tirharad. Tirharad is behind this mountain somewhere in the background, which, yeah, I find very strange, to say the least. Like, industrialization, I guess. Yeah, the problem is the series, I think, the series plays in the first in the year 1000, I don't know, something like this. It's really strange for me. The Star Wars quote here. Let me just see where the arrow is here. Do I have arrows? I don't. Okay, I can't show you the arrow, but just yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't see this transformation in my mind. Like the problem is this place here with let's minus Barad-dûr, the tower there. The volcano was already evil and there when it was first created. So the land itself should always, in my opinion, look like this. Maybe further to the south, but then I don't understand completely why. Let's go back to the other screen here. Why they would like why not go further away from Mount Doom then? Like you can he can literally see the mountain from this tower. And it's even at this time, it's a potentially evil place. It makes very little sense from my perspective. Why not just be smart and place it down here? Like all they would do, in my opinion, to make this work much better is place it down here, not here. Like that makes no sense in my opinion. It's a very strange decision because yeah, the plateau of Gorgoroth, in my opinion, I can't imagine that it looked much different in the past, to be honest, because it is like Morgoth was a very nihilistic evil. He wanted to undo all the creation, and when he makes like some weird like some weird volcano somewhere in the middle of nowhere, it definitely affects everything around it in an evil way. Like his dark powers he infused into the earth itself, and when he created mountains and stuff, usually it had very evil effects. You could make an argument, if we go back to the map, because there was another thing Morgoth created, and that were the Misty Mountains, interestingly. The Misty Mountains were also raised by Morgoth to basically block the view onto him from the Valar on the west continent, Aman, which was here. Like the Valar lived here pretty much in the center of it. And yeah, he created those mountains, which is a very interesting idea. But you also ever noticed that so many things with the Misty Mountains go horribly wrong? And sure, you could argue the surroundings of the Misty Mountains were kind of fair. There were even dwarves living inside it and so on. But think of Durin's Bane. Think of the attack on Elrond's wife, Celebrian, in the mountains. Think of Frodo and his company could not pass the mountains. Think of, I don't know, the death of the death of Isildur, which happened to be, let me just move it up a bit here. I would say it was round about here. Yeah, the orcs that attacked him were also stationed around this forest and the Misty Mountains, and they came from there. Like, there was always evil coming down there. Eregion, completely destroyed. Nothing to do with the Misty Mountains, but still definitely a problem. And this was basically just a wall that he built. It was not a volcano with some fate-bending purpose or so, as Mount Doom potentially was. Like, we don't know what the intention of Morgoth was exactly for Mount Doom, but I have to admit, it seems like making just mountains and evil things happening to the surroundings is one thing, but making like an active volcano made by the devil himself, if that makes sense. I don't know if what we see on this in this video stuff here, I don't know if this is how it would look if in this one shot we can literally see this place. Like, I think it's inherently an evil place. It should not look like this. Like, this should look like a hellish wasteland, in my opinion. Do you think the mountain giants are also evil? No, not really. I think the mountain giants are like an idea of Tolkien that just to create, let's call it mythology, if that makes sense. And as such, I wouldn't say they must be necessarily evil. I think it's just a very early idea of Tolkien, and maybe from a time when the Hobbit didn't play inside the Lord of the Rings universe itself. Complicated topic though, but a very good question, to be honest. Like, there was a time Tolkien wrote the Silmarillion, or his lore, his mythology first. It developed it further. It was not developed far enough, but he started writing The Hobbit, and he wanted to maybe place it inside his mythology. Couldn't do it because of the early stage of it. And then he just borrowed some names to write The Hobbit, and it was completely separate then, or somewhat separate from his actual world. And only with the sequel, writing The Lord of the Rings and developing his mythology further, he made a second edition of The Hobbit and transferred it into his universe, if that makes sense. It's a bit complicated to explain. But yeah, that's the short version. That is true. They are able to live there, and I would be completely fine with it if he just would place them further south. Like, they are for sure able to somehow live there, but it's a dark, terrible place, and maybe it becomes more greener closer to the water here. And for this purpose here, they had to invent this river that doesn't exist on any map I know of. And yeah, I find it very unusual. I would definitely have expected this place to be there. Like, the map of Middle-earth is so huge and big, even from the known parts. There's no reason to go to. Why go exactly there? I hope this, like, it would be sad or unfortunate, in my opinion, if we look into the show and then notice at some point, yeah, like, he could have placed this village anywhere on the map. It doesn't have to be there. That would be really unfortunate. I hope that there's like some interesting tie to why it has to be in Mordor and not somewhere else. I'm not, though, from my perspective now, I'm not 100% convinced that this makes sense. Yeah, it's, I guess, a fan fiction, alright. Sounds like evil sorcery and dark powers to me. Yeah, it definitely does. But I find the idea still strange. I'm not sure what your idea is. I mean, you can make an argument. It can work that there lived people in Mordor before Sauron got there. But it's so strange. Like, the time compression really is so confusing for the show. Because all the Numenor stuff and so on, like, I don't know, it's... We see so many elements that are so late in the Second Age, and then they pretend it to be very early in the Second Age at the same time. It's really strange to me. Yeah, the reason is to show what terrible effect Sauron will have on the land. That's definitely a really good point, and you might be right. But the question is this necessary, or is this, like, for me as a book fan, it's always the question, is it a decent representation of what is shown or what is written, but decent representation of what is written. And I'm not sure if it really is. Like, at least, like, at least make it here, like, even this place, you could show the effects of Sauron being there. Like, you could maybe make this was once like a sea that had not bitter water and so on, and I don't know, you definitely, like, even though it was greener and there was a sea close there, it was still in a hellish place, if that makes sense later. And I think you could have made this transformation, maybe showing the devastating effect Sauron had on this land here as well already, and make it more plausible in a way at the same time. I don't really see why the settlement has to be here, so close to Mount Doom and to Kiris Ungol. This is also an important point, because there's one detail we should not forget. We know that Shelob lives here. Like, she lived here longer than Sauron. At this point, before Sauron came here, Shelob is still there. And Kiris Ungol should be literally here. Like, this is this is Shelob's hunting ground. Yeah. Even before Sauron is in Mordor. I find that, yeah, I don't know. I would not settle that, to be honest. That's this giant spider that eats people. Let's settle here. Sounds awesome. No, it's not. I don't know. It feels off. Like the position, not a fan of that. I mean, in a way, if you want, I wouldn't say to show Sauron's effect, but it's again also settlements inside of Mordor is also a Third Age topic. Like, we know later in the Third Age, after Sauron is defeated and Gondor founded, for example, Kiris Ungol, the tower of Kiris Ungol is built by Gondor. And they guard it, same as the Black Gate. It's also built by Gondor. And then there's also another fortress named Durthang, which means black oppression, I think. And let me see if I find on the map really quick. Where's Mordor here? If I'm not mistaken, Durthang should be here. In case people wonder where things are. Here is the Black Gate at the very top. And Kiris Ungol, the tower. Nah, Karen Wynn Fonstead places it here. Sound roundabout. So, but here's Kiris Ungol. And here later is Minas Morgul and so on. So they built some towers to watch over Mordor, but they only watch about this half here. They don't go deeper, I assume, into Mordor itself. Very interesting. I thought it would be Northern Harad. Yeah, I agree with you. I could also imagine that this might be here. Or, I don't know. Maybe here at this river. Or maybe... I could even imagine it's in Kant, and we maybe see early versions of the Variag or something like this. Would be very interesting, because we never see the Variag anywhere. We know they are later associated with Sauron and so on. We could show how his influence is there. There are definitely ways to make this more plausible and still connected to Sauron, I feel. I don't know, but this place here, from all the places in Mordor, they chose this one? I don't know. They might reference Shelob, that's true. Maybe we'll see Shelob. The Noldor looking watchtower. Yeah, I don't... Is it even a Noldor tower, I think, or is it a tower built by the Sylvan Elves? Hard to tell. The question is, why would the Sylvan Elves build a tower here? Like, I don't... Like, the story from the articles we learned so far is basically that these people... Let me just switch to the trailer really quick again. The people that we see here, these men here, these farmers and so on, they were once, in the First Age, associated with Morgoth, in a way. And now they, I don't know, the elves were basically commanded some elves to watch over them to see if they are now, yeah, I don't know what you call it. You call this, the redemption. If they turn away from Morgoth and become good people, so to say. That's somewhat the idea of this place, I assume. You could the question is always, how big was Morgoth's influence there? I feel like Morgoth always had influence about the east, so I could also imagine that we, maybe have people here also. Also definitely a possibility. They could just invent some river here, place them in Rhûn in the east or something. We definitely know that they have reformed. Yeah, that's a good word to phrase it. Thank you. And that kind of could also work. I don't get why it has to be in a place where we have... I guess the biggest argument for Mordor and this place is we don't know. From this early stage in Mordor, we only know Shelob was already there. And it will be taken early on in the Second Age by Sauron already, as his stronghold, as his realm. And he starts building Barad-dûr right next to Mount Doom, relatively close, a bit east of it. And that's basically all we know. Like, they have a lot of white pages here that they could fill, and it's definitely possible that people lived here in the Second Age already. But if I would have to choose a place to live, I would definitely go down to the sea here and not live close to this hellish place here around this mountain. That for sure. And close to the spider. Just no. I guess that's a very good point that the amazing Bad Boy makes. It would certainly make sense for film watcher recognition. That's a really good point, yeah. Like, this place is, of course, very, very recognizable. Far more than this. But again, let's just imagine they slowly transform... I have to switch scenes really quick. This place here, just ignore the arrow for the moment. This place here. Beautiful village, some farming people... And yeah, this place here, slowly from this view here to... where's my film screenshot? It looks later like this. Like, sure. But you have to consider or keep in mind, I find it always... I said it also in my last analysis and breakdown of the trailers I posted on my channel, that in some interviews they said they wanted to create a world very unlike to Peter Jackson, but then again they would reference it. They had here the chance to explore something completely new, and they again didn't do it. I find this a bit understandable on one side, but of course kind of interesting as well. Yeah, they want us to show the Sauron's takeover. They want to build a zoo, maybe. Possible. But yeah, the watchtower, for me at least, is, like, it looks very bare bones, like not very special. Also, we know that Theo finds his sword in the barn. Let me just see if I find the trailer, the main teaser. SCDD. Wow, I found it. I accidentally hit the perfect spot. So we find... It was not planned. I just had to scroll through the footage and click somewhere, and I hit the mark. I'm impressed. Oh, you don't see it. Unfortunate, but yeah, I found it instantly. It's a German trailer, in case you wonder. So it's why you can't read. It means discover the legend or something like that. And here he finds this in a barn, and now under the consideration that this place that we see is actually in. Is here somewhere, it kind of makes sense that he might find a proto-Morgul blade or something. This now might be even, I assume, an artifact of the First Age, that maybe Morgoth created this volcano. We don't know why he created it. Good place for have a lot of orc action, I agree on that. And, yeah, but... we don't know why Morgoth created Mount Doom in the First Age. Like, that is not known to us. What the intention was for this place here. We only know from some texts that Morgoth created the volcano there, and its name suggests that it has to do with maybe Morgoth forging Doom or something. I don't know. Maybe he planned it as a third stronghold that he would later need to, I don't know, when the war was going well, maybe he wanted to expand or so, because his other fortresses are very far in the north. Maybe he also had in mind, because if you look at Mordor, it's like perfectly, like with all the mountains, it's perfectly guarded from everything else. Like, it's like a huge fence around it, even though it seems to be completely open on the back. But since he might have control in the far east of the Easterlings, he does not have to fear to be attacked from there. And all the other realms opposing him are west of Mordor, and northwest of Mordor, and so on. So you can make some speculation what the exact purpose of this place was originally. And you can say maybe he had some servants, orcs, whatever there, and they brought this artifact there, and he finds it now. Pretty hard to tell. But it seems like, so far, Sauron is not yet there in this place. So, very interesting, in my opinion, where they go with this. This also might make it very likely that some of these characters will be turned into like a Nazgul later or so. Definitely a thought. Gift shop, yeah, exactly. He maybe had a gift shop there. Maybe also like a store where you can buy doors in case you would need more doors for your home or so. Definitely a possibility. But yeah, it's in my opinion strange. Really strange. I still stick though to my I don't find it anymore. To my idea of... Oh, it was before the Theo scene, I remember now. It's not after it. Remember when we analyzed this trailer here for hours? No, it was... Where was this scene? Here it is. I just skipped it by accident. It's right after it. This really looks like a Morgul blade, I have to admit. I really hope that they don't do really weird stuff with this blade. But they talk of him. Yeah, it's an interesting point that you make, that in this scene that we have seen here, Theo gets grabbed by this man. And he asks him if you have heard about Sauron. I'm not sure where exactly this is, but still, it's very interesting. And we have the symbol there. It's also on the blade. Seems to be related to Sauron. Yes, I remember. I left for 2+ hours. When I came back, you were still going. Yeah, exactly. What I would love them is to see them explore. What? I can't read. What I would love them what I would love to see them explore is, for example, the creatures of the deep and how they relate to Morgoth. It's an interesting point. Though I have to say, if you mean like we know that below the Misty Mountain there are these nameless things, and not even Sauron seems to know about them, which is an interesting quote. Maybe Morgoth knew about them, though. And we have some weird other creatures that seem to have, like, I don't know, some connection, like the Watcher at the west gate of Moria that attacks Frodo and Sam and also some other people. Yeah, but if you mean deep sea, like, I guess the sea is luckily enough very free from Morgoth, so the deep sea would not work. But of course, in the depths below the earth, there could be all kinds of evil creatures of Morgoth, and we could see some of those and how they relate to him. But yeah, I think we discussed this quite in a lot of depth. I also don't know what's going on with this gigantic tree here. Why is there a tree? What is the purpose of this tree on this map? That really wonders me. But yeah, the village also looks pretty cool, I have to admit. Kind of like the style. I assume these are the buildings we see from the tower. Yggdrasil. Yeah, the tree could be Yggdrasil, that's true, from Norse mythology. But I don't know why there's a gigantic tree. Can't be the two trees of Valinor. Yeah, there are some big sea creatures, but it's hard to tell if they are associated with Melkor, interestingly. Like there are the Adventures of Tom Bombadil. There's also a poem about a big sea monster in it. Forgot the name of it. Maybe somebody knows it and can write it in chat. Can't pronounce it probably anyway, so there's that. But it's interesting that there are some details. It really feels a bit like they might have rights for the Adventures of Tom Bombadil, because like also the man in the moon who falls down on the earth like a meteor in this one poem is a description, is something Tolkien describes there. But as said, the content of these poems is more like Hobbit folklore. Map decoration, yeah, that's true. Maybe there's a forest of giant trees down there for whatever reason. I don't know. Can't remember anything referencing this. It's not on the map of Karen Wynne Fonstad, who made the Atlas of Middle-earth, which has some things that from our today's perspective we would see as incorrect, but when she made this atlas, she did not have access to the information. And I'm always amazed how precise her atlas is at times when I try to make my own maps or look up where places are and then compare it to what she came up with, and it's always spot on. Like, it's really impressive work what she did there with the atlas. Can fully recommend it. Maybe it's just a really big bush. It's a possibility. Maybe this is just a forest, and this is a very, very big mountain that just makes it look like a tree. Yeah, there are a lot of references for sea monster stuff, but of course, when it comes to sea units of Morgoth and Sauron, there's very little. There might be some, but usually I would say water is considered almost free of Morgoth's evil power. Which I also... There was another scene. Let me just check if I find it really quick. Oh, there was this trailer. Yeah, there is a scene, I think it was in Stephen Colbert's show, where we also saw a small thing. And we see the scene with Galadriel. I don't want to get into too much trouble. Not sure how exclusive this stuff is. But we see Galadriel in the cave exploring this anvil thing. And we see snow falling down. And yeah, she then uses a bottle of water and pushes it over the anvil. And this then reveals the sign of Sauron. And then now we also see the scene. So I said the hair looks too dark for Galadriel. It's just the shadow and light stuff. But I said it might. Who might this person be? I even said I can't imagine it's Galadriel, and I was completely wrong. It is Galadriel, and yeah. Then we see this symbol here that we also see on the dead body of her brother, and we also see on the sword of Theo. Very interesting. It's also one of the trailer stuffs, trailer scenes I ignored that came out afterwards to reveal the symbol of Sauron, to know that he was there. I don't know. Ask the writers. But yeah, she makes it appear here. We know this scene from the other trailer already. And here we got a cut to this exact symbol there. We also see here this other character now, which is also fascinating. There are some other trailer things we have seen. Here we see, for example, some Numenorean ships. Here we see the Hobbit versus the Stranger. Here we see him in full, also kind of interesting. There was like also another trailer thing we had. Yeah, this one here. This is... in case people saw my fun post on Instagram where I just added this together with a Chinese martial arts film. Not the hugest fan. I hope we don't see too much of this. Was a bit too much Legolas style, where Galadriel jumps on the sword of this guy and just flies through the air to fight the troll. I find that's a bit too much, in my opinion. And then recently we got a trailer about Elrond and Durin the Fourth, which I really liked. I'm not sure what this here is. It seems like there's a stone plate or something covered by like some cloth or so, and the elves have to carry it. I'm not sure what this is exactly, but we'll find out. And it seems like they become really good friends. I'm really looking forward to this relationship in particular. It might be really fun to see that. They have ice all around. Yeah, that is true, but maybe they need water. It only works with water. Maybe it's a practical effect somewhat, and it really only works with water. I don't know. I assume it's not a practical effect though, but who knows? This log is also somewhat reminiscent of Gimli, I feel. Interestingly, Gimli is related to Durin the Fourth, in case people didn't know. And here we see this leaf with this, I don't know, black veins or whatever. That I found very strange. I just tried to sell Elven Agility post Infinity War. Yeah, probably. Stone smashing contest. Here they're sitting together, having a laugh. I'm really looking forward to these scenes, I have to admit. I mean, I know some people look a bit skeptical at the actor of Elrond and how he looks and so on, but I have to say this is so just from these small snippet scenes we see, I'm kind of looking forward to this, I have to admit. Love my good dwarven stuff. Like, it seems like they really develop some kind of friendship. Pretty cool, in my opinion. Is there anything else we had? Yeah, this is now the other trailer. There's some other scenes in the trailer as well. So, yeah. Maybe go through it really quick. It looks quite magical, to be honest. Yeah, it's a bit the Legolas Gimli relationship, maybe. At the beginning, they don't like each other, but then they become very good friends. That could really work. It's again, though, like, yeah, probably for, as somebody said, to making it recognizable for people who know the films. But if this works well, it really works well. Like, who does not want to see that, in my opinion? It's, as also somebody who really likes the dwarven culture and in Tolkien's universe, I am looking really forward to the dwarven stuff. It might work pretty well, and I hope they nail it. That would be pretty awesome. And it kind of makes sense that I mentioned it in the last video I posted, my last Who is Elrond video, that at some point Elrond had to learn about some of the details of the dwarven writing system and maybe also the moon runes. And though there might be other explanations for his knowledge about it, but it seems somewhat plausible that Elrond at some point had contact with the dwarves. And it seems like the show pretends it was in the Second Age with Durin the Fourth, though Durin the Fourth most likely existed either at the very end of the Second Age or very early in the Third Age. Like I still don't get the naming with the Durin stuff. I don't know why they go for it, to be honest, but yeah, whatever. We know, I assume Durin the Third has to be in Khazad-dûm and be the king there and can't move around. And Durin the Fourth is maybe a bit more free and can walk around with Elrond and experience or have their adventures. But they could have also called him, I don't know, Noin or whatever. No, Noin would not go because that's already annoying. But they could just go into the Poetic Edda and take a name from there and put a number in front of it. That's true. The Lindon could have connection to the dwarves in the Blue Mountains. So at least we know in the Third Age that the Blue Mountains seem to be pretty much abandoned by the dwarves. And we know after the fall of Beleriand that also Belegost and Norgorod got destroyed. In case people wonder what I'm talking about. We said at the beginning, this here is Beleriand, and yeah, in the Second Age, this place was destroyed and sunk into the ocean. Then Middle-earth shrunk a little bit, lost a bit of its west coast, you could say. And in the First Age, though, if we now go back, so let me just think for a moment. Later, Lindon will be round about here, maybe a bit further. Probably didn't nail it perfectly, but you get the point. And when the old west coast was still there, these here were the Blue Mountains, and there were two dwarven kingdoms, Belegost and Norgorod. And yeah, these are the Blue Mountains, and maybe some of this is left. We know that there were dwarves in the Blue Mountains, potentially even after the destruction of the of Beleriand. But we can also read that a lot of them moved further into the to Khazad-dûm, to Moria, which already existed also in the First Age. And yeah, it's very likely that the elves of Lindon had some connections to the dwarves. Though Lindon is is in a tough spot because not all elves in Lindon are Noldor elves, which are more likely to work together or have a good relationship to the dwarves than, let's say, Sindar elves or Teleri elves, or as a result also Nandor elves, because there was this ancient conflict between the Sindar elves and the dwarves from the First Age, because the dwarves killed the king of the Sindar, the first king, Thingol, and as a result, their relationship was, as we see with Legolas, who is a Sindar, and Gimli later. As a result, we see a feud that lasts for thousands of years, and only the Noldor at some point got like a better relationship. And Elrond, of course, is one of the Noldor, but later, when this place here becomes Lindon and looks like this, then there also live some Sindar elves in the realm of Lindon. Like it's a new realm that is founded, and some of them probably don't want to live under a Noldor king, but it's kind of likely that some of the Sindar still live there, and some even moved further and founded their own realms in the form of Thranduil's realm. For example, Thranduil is also a Sindar, or Amros, who lived in... though Amros is a very special case, in Lothlorien then. What is weird is that the showrunners have insisted there is a good reason for multiple Durins, maybe to do with the explanation of dwarf religion. That's a really good, I don't know if they insisted that, but interesting that you mentioned that. I'm very curious what their reasoning behind this is. I find it very strange, I have to admit. Like, for me, it only works when they would ignore the idea of dwarvish reincarnation. And Tolkien wrote also, or had multiple ideas how this might work. It might be that the dwarf is not reborn as Durin, but that the spirit of Durin goes into his old body and then he comes back to life and it's actually Durin. That's also a version. Yeah, Lake Nenuyal we also see here. It's this one here on this map, and here Nenuyal is a place where potentially Galadriel and Celeborn in one version dwelled for some time. Some speculate that Celebrian might be born there, but it's hard to tell. She could also be born in Lindon. Or later, maybe she's also... No, she can't be born in Eregion, because Eregion didn't exist when she was born. So it must be Lindon, Nenuyal, or I don't know where. Nenuyal. But yeah, I'm very curious what the reasoning behind that is. I find it quite strange, to be honest. But yeah, the village here, I also used it for the thumbnail for this video. I have to say... yeah, I really like the feeling. Like, I like the details. There are people. We see some sheep. It seems like they have a life. Here's a wanderer, which I can't really tell if it's a character we already knew. But you also see two elves, maybe Arondir and his other elf friend, who look out that these people do nothing Morgoth-like. And yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to see. We also see some red dots here in the background, which might be... I think they all even move. See this? The red dot, the black dot, not red dots. Let me just get the arrow back. The problem is I don't see the dots perfectly on my monitor, so it's just round about here. If I now move the footage, definitely see. Maybe it's some riders, or it's people, or it's also sheep in the background. Maybe now you can see it a bit better when I zoom in. Not sure what that is supposed to be, but it definitely moves. Or it's a camera, but that would be really odd. Camera doesn't move enough for this to work. Kind of interesting. How long are we streaming? 4 hours. That's... I guess we slowly should come to an end. But we had a lot of stuff to talk today. Maybe I should not have taken so long for the other stuff. Yeah, this character plays the... I assume his name is Valdrek. I have not looked up what this could mean, to be honest. Though I would be interested. Maybe somebody is good enough in Old English. I would expect an Old English name. Wait a minute. If it's Old English, it could be pronounced Valdrey. I'm not sure how it's pronounced exactly. Drag. Old Norse. That's an Old Norse word. Meaning sediment. Doesn't make too much sense, to be honest. I don't know if somebody has forest slave. Yeah, I would also assume that Val means something like forest. The German word for forest is Wald. Okay, we have a Middle English thing. Let's look the German etymology. Old Saxon. It exists also means forest. Though it could be Wald in English, in Old English. Yeah, but very good idea. Something like this. I looked later into it. It's pretty hard to do on the fly. And yeah, he plays, in case you have seen the Comic-Con trailer, just had to think, San Diego Comic-Con, SDCC. Like, there's a scene, let me just move to it. My computer might not like it, because this footage here is recorded in 4K, and computer doesn't like 4K footage when I just jump into it from somewhere else. I'm not sure if I find the scene, to be honest. I forgot where it is. There is a scene where we see Arondir somewhere. Maybe it was not in this trailer, but in the other one. But there we see this character standing in the background. So it seems to be his own character. Was it in the other trailer, chat? It was in the main teaser. Yeah, I guess it was in the main teaser. Which I also have prepared. Yeah, here it's in the main teaser. I assume it's this man here in the background. That's Valdrek, I think. Oh, the arrow is always there. Let me just remove it. Or if I use it, I could just put it. I assume this is Valdrek. The problem is I have to find it now in the other trailer again. I didn't make a marker there. Oh, this scene is even in this trailer as well. But yeah, here we see him. He's probably like a cook or the butcher of the village. Here I assume, see him butchering things. Yeah, that's him, definitely. This is Theo again. This woman, I don't know. Theo seems to have this friend here of him, and probably interesting. We see some people, quite interesting. For a moment, when I first saw the scene and played fast, I thought this might be the cameo of the composer, but I don't think it is. Still streaming, legend. Yeah. And we see a second of the elf characters. We also wondered there was like an elf in one of the in the Comic-Con trailer, in the SDCC trailer, where Bronwyn like tries to motivate the others to fight or something. Maybe it was also in the trailer before. Here, this scene. Maybe that's his friend. No, it does. He doesn't look like it, to be honest. I thought it would be maybe him. Nope. But yeah, it's many little details. Here we see the ladder probably climbing up to this tower here. We already saw this scene here. Here we see the archer. And we see some people sitting at a table. Kind of interesting. Look at the arrows here. Pretty cool. And here... yeah, here I get some Prancing Pony vibes already. This guy also seems to be maybe a character that's there. Being in Chris streams about Lord of the Rings is like being in a good dream. Well, thank you for that. And here's again Theo's friend. Maybe he's a father or something, or uncle or whatever. Maybe they're related. It's cut in a way that he looks at him in a way, and he's just not happy with Arondir, it seems. And he's doing his butchering stuff. Maybe this is like a tavern or so. And you can also eat something there, and he does cooking and brewing and I don't know what. Very interesting. And here we definitely now... well, we already had this confirmed before, but this is Tirharad in Mordor. They come up this way to this watchtower. Look at these shoes. This is like a blue dress, so it could be the dress of Bronwyn. There's also some kind of mark on this shoe. Do you see this? Not sure if that's by... I wouldn't be surprised if it's by accident. Yeah, it's probably a good way to treat it as just a what if scenario. Here we see her blue dress. We see the speech scene again. We see like another character. Now that we know this is very far in the south, she could be one of the Haradrim, which I find very interesting, to be honest. I hope that the show would maybe explore the Haradrim a little bit, and it's possible. Of course, it has colorblind casting, so it could be that she's not one of the Haradrim and just like normal women living in this village as well, but I would assume they have to do with this. Someone streams for 50 minutes and goes, phew, this guy goes 2 hours. Is weak. Well, in 2 hours we just had our basic introduction done. I sometimes feel like I'm Treebeard and everything I do just takes forever because I'm so slow or something. Here we see like all the people she's talking to. Like we see a lot of different people. You definitely see the colorblind casting. But I don't mind that, to be honest. But they're all properly dressed. And as said, now that when they're going for this particular place here, like here in Mordor, we definitely, like if we go back to our good old map, like Mordor is an interesting place because we know like Rune is like already up there, and there the Easterlings live. We have here the Variag, they live in Khand, and then here in Harad we have the Haradrim. So it's surrounded by these very strange folks we know very little about. I'm a true descendant from Tom Bombay. Time doesn't mean the same time it does to most people. Near fact. Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I sing less though, which is for the better, I would assume. I wonder why Bronwyn and Arondi are here. It looks really nice. Like, this place looks nice. So this particular section here looks like it was added digitally afterwards. Same with this here. It looks kind of a bit unnatural in relation to everything else. But if you just see it for a small moment, you wouldn't probably notice much. Interestingly, the light changes here. I don't see like any buildings in the background, and he has a sword or something, or is this his bow? I'm not sure. I think it's a sword drawn out. I don't know why that is though. Yeah, that is true. I guess a lot of people wondered about Mordor, and what's going on with this place. And so in a way it's kind of cool that we see it, but also the way they depict it, they seem to go very fan fiction like, I feel. And as said at the beginning, I don't mind that they go to Mordor. I just wonder why they decided to be here, not here. Like, you could also see maybe Mount Doom from here, you know, but it would make more sense in a way. And you could imagine maybe here, close to the sea, before Sauron was taking over Mordor, was more... that it was more pleasant to live, at least in this part. But I don't see the Gorgoroth greenish part. I don't see that. Also, the mountain doesn't look like a volcano, I guess. Like this here in the background looks more like the Lonely Mountain or so, but less than a volcano. Could be interesting if it isn't a volcano early on and it just later is transformed into it, or it breaks out later and turns out to be one. I could also see this. Oh, sorry, I didn't see these. I didn't switch the scenes. So let's move back again. I can't see, like, place this village instead of here. Place it here. You can still see Mount Doom from here. Very strange, and it also seems unusual that this here doesn't look like a volcano. Before dawn. Exactly. Yeah. Mordor is pretty, like, they can do whatever they want. We don't know anything about it, though. Of course, chronologically and historically, we know that if Tir exists, we are actually in the very late Second Age, or Miriel lives. She's born Second Age 3117 or something, or 11. Let's look it up. see if I remembered it correctly. Oh, it's the wrong Miriel. It's the mother of Fëanor. Yeah, 3,117. I was right. That is true. Usually it does, but usually volcanoes are not made by the devil. I would suggest. Yeah, they can for sure see. I wouldn't say for sure, but it's quite likely that they can see Barad-dûr. Barad-dûr should be here or something. Maybe here. I don't know. But something like this. But yeah, maybe they can see the construction. I definitely think they would do this because we know Sauron starts building Barad-dûr in the year 1000 already. And this show, I heard rumors, is playing in this time. So if they at least somewhat stick to the chronology of Tolkien, even though with a lot of time compression, we should slowly seeing like Sauron building stuff there already. Damn, is this going for 4 hours now? Of course it is. The good thing is when you stream for 4 hours that I know that a lot, like we have an international audience here with a lot of time zones. And so people can still catch up, but you're still live. I am also welcome. Though I won't stream that long anymore because I'm really hungry and my voice says something like shut up for a moment. Though I remember I remember that one time the trailer came out and Helen was here for 2.5 hours or so, or 3 hours. We discussed the other trailer and we only got like half through it. And then I just said, yeah, and some people thought, okay, see you the next time. No, we just continue and finish the trailer. And then we stream for like another 2 hours or so, or 3 or 4, I don't know. It was really funny. Yeah, they've made a bit of a mess of the timeline. I agree on that. The timeline is a complete mess. I still, like I said, I don't mind the idea of this being in Mordor, and I see the argument of the volcano being like usually, or I hope it's pronounced correctly, fertile land, but I would say in the case of Gorgoroth, and I don't know, just if you read the place names of Mordor, they don't sound like very fertile in any shape or form, if I'm completely honest. Like, for example, that wasn't that long ago. That is true. That wasn't that long ago. I still found that very, very funny. But yeah, for example, Gorgoroth, I just looked it up. I wasn't sure what the translation was of the last thing there. So we know several places. Wait a minute. What was the mountain called in the First Age? Weren't they also called Eret Gorgoroth or something? Yeah, Ered Gorgoros. They also were in Beleriand. And yeah. They translate to Mountains of Terror. And Gorgoros, well, it's strange that it was translated to Mountains of Terror, right? Let me just double check the translation of Oth. Just very curious now. Like, Gorgor should mean something like terror or dread. So it doesn't sound to invite a whole opening. Window. It's gnomish. Okay, now here we know. Let me see. It's an interesting name part, to be honest. It's just a suffix, maybe, and it just means interesting. It could be just like somewhat okay. It might make sense that they are the valley of the mountains of terror. However, it means basically Gorgoros could mean here in this case it's the plateau, the valley of terror, something like this. So it doesn't like, I don't know. It seems a bit strange if you consider these names. And then we have, of course, also Lislat, which means ash plain. And Mordor itself is also the black land. Oh yeah, Ered is plural, mountains. The singular is Orod, right? Oh, Sangororim was what I meant. No, not Sang. Let me just go to the first age map. Not 100% sure, but I think these are the mountains of terror. No. I'm wrong. One further south. These are the mountains of terror. And we know that Beren had to cross those, and this is where Shelob and Ungoliant lived for a time, and her other Ungoliant's other children, so it must be a very terrible place. Interestingly, the name of Norn seems to be not clear how it's translated. Oh, Nornen could mean sad water. That's an interesting idea. So yeah, also sad water doesn't sound too positive, to be honest. The sea of sad water, and it's mentioned that the water was bitter, so maybe poisoned or something. Maybe it was partially usable, hard to tell. But you could, of course, always argue that this only happened, in case people wonder, this is the sad water sea, the Sea of Norden. Yeah, but you could always argue it became like this when Sauron started living there. But, of course, considering that Morgoth created this place, I still find it strange that it looks somewhat positive. Just random thought, what are they watching? Name Southwatch, if it is before Sauron in Mordor and all of that, what is it what they are watching? That's a good question. I assume what these people are watching is that, according to some interviews, it seems that let me just bring back my stuff here. The people living here in this village once were connected or in the service of Morgoth, or their ancestors, I should say, because it's too long ago. And even that is a strange story, because these are mortals, I would assume. And if this is 1,000 years into the Second Age, like, their ancestors 1,000 years ago were maybe associated with Morgoth or so, for whatever reason. And yeah, the elves sent then 2 of them to watch over them. And I assume this is why it's called Southwatch, because Southwatch is an Elvish name. I would assume these men don't speak Elvish, at least traditionally not. And as a result, I assume on this tower and in this region, they watch over those people, and it's from the perspective of the elves. It's far in the south, somewhere in Mordor, and they watch over some of the early men who were in contact or even in the service of Morgoth, the first Dark Lord in the First Age. That would be my interpretation of this name. They probably themselves call this place differently. Ammon is hill, in case you mean the singular of Eret. The plural of Ammon is Emyn. For example, Emyn Bereit would be the Tower Hills. Ammon Sul would be the Weather Hill or the Wind Hill. It's hard to tell. Like Ammon Sul could mean something like wind or weather. And it's then translated or usually called Weather Top as a result. But modernizes the land. I like this phrasing. Yeah, that definitely could work. Maybe that is what they are going for, have these poor people, and then Sauron comes and it turns into a hellish wasteland, and they get enslaved or worse. That could definitely be the reason for it. But as said at the beginning of the stream, I might just for, in my opinion, maybe, or for me it wouldn't work better if they simply moved from this place here simply further down to this direction. In my opinion, in theory, like, it's maybe still possible to see Mount Doom in the distance if they really want to see it. And Sauron takes all of Mordor, so everything changes, I guess, when he gets there. Though this place here is usually considered more green and fertile and so on than this area, when later it looks like, where do we have the screenshot? Later it looks like this. So yeah, it's I still feel it's a bit unusual that they really go with this idea. They could have done the same, just put them to a different place. And then we have to consider that these mountains here, Shelob still potentially lives in. Maybe she lived further down in the south or so. It's hard to tell if she always lived here. That I can't tell. Maybe I would have to look a bit into Shelob's lore again, if there's a hint that she moved around through the mountains of Mordor. We have, for example, this is the what is it called? The Ephel Duath, the Mountains of Shadow. Hard to say word. Yeah, Morgoth definitely had contact with the men in the east even before the Second Age. That is true. But it's a complicated topic, because some of these details is mentioned in material the showrunners for sure don't have access, like lore-wise. We always have to consider they can only use what is in the Lord of the Rings, And in the Lord of the Rings, we know that Aragorn later frees the slaves of Mordor and gifts them this land here, so that they could dwell there. Also, if they were in the service of Morgoth and the elves knew it, why do settle that far away from where the possibility of more influence by Morgoth is higher? They renounce them. It's an interesting question why they settled there. Would be smarter maybe to settle closer, but I guess it's the decision of those men where they settle, not of the elves. The elves are just there to watch over them, I feel. What if the show is flashbacks where Galadriel tells the story of each period? That's also an interesting idea. I heard this theory that there might be actually different timelines, and that is how they solve it. But still, they still would need these. I'm not sure if they can structure it that well, but maybe they can. Hard to tell. Yeah, that is true. We know that the men we definitely know from the Silmarillion. Not sure if I find the passage really fast. I will definitely not find it fast. I forgot which chapter it is. It's either, I think it's of the Rings of Power in the Third Age. Very long chapter. Or it's in the Akalabes. Now I try it with the other one. If it's the Rings of Power in the Third Age, it is at the beginning. Okay, it's in the Akalabes then. Yeah, it's in the Akalabes. Wasn't sure. 50-50, I lost my bet. Here it is. Let me just see where the sentence starts. And after the victory of the lords of the west, those of the evil men who were not destroyed fled back into the east, where many of their race were still wandering in the unharvested lands, wild and lawless, refusing alike the summons of the Valar and of Morgoth. And the evil men came among them, and cast over them a shadow of fear, and they took them for kings. So that is definitely a note we know from the Silmarillion, from the Downfall of Numenor section called Akalabes. And so we definitely see that those in the service of Morgoth fled. And it's also said that they fled into the unharvested lands and so on. So, yeah, we know that some men definitely lived outside of Beleriand or east of Beleriand. For example, when the Edain came there, some of the House of Harless, for example, stayed in Eriador, or maybe a bit south of, I still think it's Eriador, and they later became the Dune Landings, and so on. They're also the Norsemen, some of the House of... Mara, it should be, also settled maybe around Rovanion and then settled there. In case people wonder what I'm talking about. First age map, probably better to explain this. So yeah, here's Beleriand, as you can see, and some of the house of Hales settled, I don't know where exactly, it's hard to see now, but if we just pretend Beleriand is west of that, northwest, maybe somewhere here. Here are the Misty Mountains now, and some of the Norsemen might have settled, I don't know where, here somewhere in Greenwood the Great, which later becomes Mirkwood, around this maybe-ish. The showrunners can't name stuff, but they can put in evil men lore-wise without naming them. And it's a pretty big land. Yeah, that's true. They for sure can't name this, but it would be, if they reference it, I'm not sure if they would get into trouble. It's simply not described in the Lord of the Rings, so I would assume that they can at most reference it and not make a really deep lore connected story out of it without the rights. But yeah, are there more scenes that we need to discuss? I think, yeah, then we have the classic scenes we know from the other trailers in a little supercut here. Also, here we see the dwarves in this another trailer, though. But yeah, even though I don't like the decision to place them where they are placed, I have to still admit I find the construct of what we might see there still interesting. Like, there's a lot of mystery going on in this place here. There might be... We know that they live where Sauron later will have his realm. We know they might have some association with Morgoth in their... At least their ancestors might have had that in the past. Mordor is an interesting place, I have to admit. And I don't know. I really like the look of the village, if that makes sense. Like, it looks pretty cool to see the life of normal men. I always love to see Bree, for example, in the Fellowship of the Rings film. Fellowship of the Ring without S film, and really like the the atmosphere. It's of course not like this, but it's distantly like it's proto Bree, if that makes sense. Like, we have all kinds of weird characters living there. It's like a melting point, not a melting point, a point where a lot of different people from all around Middle Earth gather and find. You have a lot of different people there, some Southlanders, some people, I don't know, from the north, whatever, some elves. Pretty interesting. But yeah, so there's that. I would suggest we slowly come to an end, because I'm potentially streaming for quite some time now. Yeah, I agree. The house here in the background, somebody just said it in chat, looks, the house in the background in the center back looks like was built into an older ruin. Exactly. It's pretty cool, in my opinion. So yeah, they definitely, like, set design wise, it looks pretty awesome, I have to admit. Like, these ancient villages always have like a certain flair. I'm very curious how it is to see what's going on here. Yeah, there are more ruined walls behind it. In case you don't see it here. Yeah, that looks good here. I agree. Also, Brie agrees, and I really like the place of Brie in Peter Jackson's films as well. The rainy tone. Yeah, exactly. It has this certain feeling to it that's kind of cool. Good streams here. Yeah. So how long are we streaming? Almost 5 hours. I feel like that's a good time to end the stream. Did I forget a topic to cover? Else we just do this. Or maybe we could just... I said we could make lore questions. We discussed some lore. Maybe somebody has a good lore question for like the final ending of the stream. Yeah, it's a good point that Texas Fried Criminal says. But pre-Gondor and with the elf realms still around, who built and who built what became those ruins? Exactly. Like, it's strange to see ruins in this place, because if Sauron was not there, who else should be there already? It makes very little sense, I guess, from this perspective. I was thinking of commenting, Brie approves of Tirharad. Yeah, it's pretty fitting. I know. Does chat somebody has any lore question that is? It doesn't have to be related to the scene or so. So I can even say I also did a lore Q&A, like I wrote in the title. Let me just drink something real quick. I always have to wait now 30 seconds for people to be able to hear what I say. Then they have to type they have to think for a moment, and then they have to type their question eagerly into the chat. And then I hope that I just have a lore question, but it would go into 30-minute territory. That's not good. Do Balrogs have wings? That winds people up. No, they. If they have wings, they can't fly with them. Short answer. Next question. Wow. During the video, I've tested positive for COVID for the first time. That's unfortunate. So I hope you get well soon. Maybe you are lucky and don't have any symptoms or so. Get well soon, Tsu-chan. Also, welcome to the stream. I'm still here listening. How was Mount Doom first created? We don't know the exact details of Mount Doom, how it was first created. So it's here on the map, Mount Doom. And Mount Doom is, of course, interestingly, I forgot where it is mentioned in which book. It might be the Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, or Peoples of Middle-earth. I'm not 100% sure on that. But Tolkien mentions somewhere that indeed the first Dark Lord Morgoth, we haven't shown any good artwork today, so I would suggest we go for Kimberly 80 artwork, as always. She has very good artwork. Shoutouts to her. And yeah, Morgoth created Mount Doom for whatever reason. What is the likely possibility of Tirharad pulling a Pompeii? Well, I would say not too unlikely, to be honest. But yeah, so it would be awesome if I could find out really quick in which book it is mentioned, so I can maybe read the passage. And I think if I would read this passage, that's pretty much all we know about the creation of Mount Doom. Like, there's really very little information about this mysterious place. Peoples of Middle-earth. Okay, was the last thing I suggested. It's Morgoth's ring. Let me just see. It's note 4, last writings. Okay, it should be possible to find. Last writings, note 4. Probably. Do I have Peoples of Middle-earth in book form right next to me? I think I find it faster. Yeah, it's Peoples of Middle-earth. Oh, the problem of Ross. That's an interesting one. Just forgot about this chapter, to be honest. Wait, 390? Note. Oh, it's not 4, it's note 14. I just wondered. So, note 14 reads on page 390, no doubt because Gil-galad had by then discovered that Sauron was busy in Eregion, but had secretly begun the making of a stronghold in Mordor, maybe already an elvish name for that region because of its volcano, Orodruin, and its eruptions, which were not made by Sauron, but were a relic of the devastating works of Melkor in the long First Age. See note 15. Don't see what Sauron came in person to Lindon. Ah, okay, that's what they are going off. Interesting. Yeah, but that's a fascinating note. But yeah, this again confirms it a little bit. Though we have to keep in mind this is Peoples of Middle-earth material. So yeah, that's basically all we know about the creation. Like, it's a very small lore note in Tolkien's later writings. But what is interesting and what basically aligns with what I just discussed quite a bit, this says that, I read again, no doubt because Gil-galad had by then discovered. Let me just see. By then discovered. It's note 3. If I find the context of this note. And be careful that I don't kill my little markers here. Second age. Oh, it's about Glorfindel, interestingly. We may then best suppose that Glorfindel returned during the Second Age, before the shadow fell on Numenor, and while the Numenoreans were welcomed by the Eldar as powerful allies. His return must have been for the purpose of strengthening Gil-galad and Elrond, when the growing evil of the intentions of Sauron were at least perceived by them. It might therefore have been as early as Second Age 1200, when Sauron came in person to Lindon, which contradicts another statement from the Silmarillion, by the way, that is in note 15, and attempted to deceive Gil-galad, but was rejected and dismissed. Now comes note 14, which I am just read, and it reads, no doubt because Gil-galad had by then discovered. So at the age of 1200, Gil-galad already discovered that Sauron was busy in Eregion, but had secretly begun the making of a stronghold in Mordor. And now comes the note regarding the name of Mordor. Maybe already an elvish name for that region. Mordor translates to Blackland. And So it was already a black land, this place, at this time, because it had this elvish name already at this time, very early on in the Second Age. And the reason why it was called Blackland, because of its volcano Orodruin, and its eruptions, which were not made by Sauron, but were a relic of the devastating works of Melkor in the long First Age. So at some point in the First Age, some devastating works were the result of the volcano and its eruptions. What it clearly states, though, is that Orodruin at this time had eruptions already. Very interesting passage, but that is all I think we know about the creation of this thing. But it clearly says the volcano was not made by Sauron, but by Melkor. And yeah. This is just day 1 of the live stream. There was another question by Tsuchan, which I also would like to answer really quick. Let me just see if people it's really difficult to answer question. The question is lore question by Tsushan1. Do we have an idea how halflings divided from the main race of men? How long ago would it have been? Really tough question to answer. It's really tough. There are some accounts that count hobbits towards men a bit more, and some accounts that seem to count it a bit less, which is kind of fascinating. How they developed exactly, we don't know. What we know, though, is from the prologue of The Lord of the Rings. Let me just see if I find it really quick. Let me just see. Prologue, Lord of the Rings. I'm not sure what you see on the screen. Okay, you see this, that's good. Prologue concerning hobbits. And there we can read in The Lord of the Rings the first mention of the word elder days in The Lord of the Rings, by the way. So it's easy to find for me. The beginning of the hobbits lies far back in the elder days, which is a term which that just means the first age, that are now lost and forgotten. So, according to the prologue of The Lord of the Rings, they existed since the elder days. And when they are related to men, they can we know men were born when sun and moon were created, or were awoke in a land called Hildorien in the very far east of Middle Earth, which is round about here, I would say, somewhere here. And in Hildorien they awoke, and they awoke 590 years before the Elder Day ended. As a result, we only have a time span, at least if we go with this time span version of the lore, we only have 590 years for the hobbits to develop. That's a very narrow time span as a result. I would, as a result, suggest that they might have been also awoke already in their smaller halfling form, and it was not like they were like the Druedain, which also look different, and that I think also BWH24 also said in a comment in chat that the Druedain were also quite separate and different, but they were part of the group of the Edain in a way, and also counted towards men, interestingly. So it is, as a result, definitely possible that when men awoke, not all were completely equal, but they were quite different. There were some very small men. There were the Druedain, which are insanely unusual in their way, but of course also like I don't know, it's hard to describe. Ted Naismith had an interesting interpretation of how the Druedain might have looked. They're not in the film, sadly, even though they are mentioned in The Lord of the Rings. Let me just see if I find the artwork really quick. Shoutouts to Ted Naismith for allowing me to use his fantastic works. This one is also one of my favorites. and yeah, they help the people of Rohan get to help Gondor, and yeah, as a result, they also look relatively different. We don't know how big they were, but we know they had, for example, black eyes, and when they were angry, they were starting glowing red, and they could like hold a position like they were made out of stone. And there were even some stories about them that they had some magic abilities, which is also very unusual. They would live very isolated in certain places. In one version in the Unfinished Tales, there's a mention that they, I think also in a note, that for a time some of the Druidine lived on Numenor as well, which is a very fascinating detail. And it can be assumed that they were part of the group of men called Edain. As a result, though, since they are so different and there's so little time, only these 590 years, I would theorize that as said, some awoke, when the early men awoke, that some awoke already as halflings, some as Druidine. So they were like that from the beginning, and then the group of for example, hobbits stick together and did their own thing, and then later left the east and wandered further westward. And the Druidine with the other Edain, who did not want to live under Morgoth's influence and power in the very far east, here in Hildorien, they left and basically fled to, west as far as the foot could carry them. And they went to Beleriand, and there they met the elves and so on. And it's interesting. I assume the hobbits did not come with the Edain initially, but later followed them, and then maybe settled somewhere on the way. Maybe in Hrövanion, which is, in my opinion, the most likely candidate for the hobbits. So that would be maybe here in Mirkwood, which was at this point still called Greenwood the Great or so. Very difficult to say. Maybe Beorn's people, or the skin changers, were another. It is possible that they also belong to men. Hard to tell. I think we know, like, the Beorn and his people are very. Like, you have to consider always that there was a time. It's really hard to reconstruct at what. How Tolkien exactly, you would have to ask him himself, and sadly he is dead for many, many years. Would have to ask himself what he thought with this. But you have to consider that The Hobbit was a very, like a fairy tale story in a way, and so Tolkien also invented relatively freely at some point without taking too much consideration in regards of his own mythology that he already wrote. And in a way, The Hobbit was originally not part of, or when it was released, not part of the mythology. As a result, he had to implement those beings into his mythology afterwards, and that, of course, gave some trouble. And in the case of the skin changes, I think he did pretty much nothing about this. We only know there were creatures or men who could take different forms. Yeah, I definitely see why you think he might be related to men. Definitely a possibility. Yeah, that is true. Tolkien would probably give a non-committal answer, even if he could answer. But yeah, it's still very fascinating a topic, and can only speculate about this. But yeah, so I see I might have answered all the questions here at the end. We are now at 5 hours, which I would say is usually a good time to end the stream. we talked a lot today. It was a lot of fun for me, at least, talking to you people. So I appreciate you visiting the streams and sticking for it for 5 hours. Much appreciated. Also, shout outs to the people who joined the members of this channel, like the got a membership for the channel. Much appreciated. Sadly, the name is not shown anymore, so I have to scroll up all the way. It's Ares Aurelian. Much appreciated. All the others who also are members for this channel for a long time and so on. I want to sleep. Yeah. We're going to end this. When's the next stream? So let's say, in case tomorrow drops a new trailer, and I have no information on this or anything, but just in a worst case scenario, I would stream tomorrow again. But if nothing happens stream-wise, usually I say I make 2 streams each month, and this is my first stream in August, which is very late. So I will definitely stream one more time before the show starts. Definitely. So probably, let me just see what date do we have today? The 20th already. Let me just look at my calendar for a moment to give you maybe a more educated guess when to stream. Next week is Gamescom is starting, but I'm not on Gamescom, so because I'm really busy currently. Like, and there are not that many days left I could make a second stream. So maybe in a week, maybe next Saturday or so. No promise on the exact date. I will announce it on, like, I don't know, if you have Discord, for example, I might talk about this on the Discord channel. There definitely will be some other stuff, though. Like, there will be, as said, I need to make at least 1 or 2 feedback videos. There will be some polls. I might mention it somewhere in those. I tried to make 2 more videos this month, and if you look at the time already, it's getting close. But the Who is Galadriel video part 1 is making really good progress. I don't think I will finish it tomorrow, though. So, in the best case scenario, maybe on Monday, then would be the next video on this channel. As said, stream-wise, earliest when new trailer that's big enough, like if a new 2-minute or 3-minute trailer drops, I'll definitely stream whenever. But if not, I stream on, maybe it's next Saturday or something, maybe Sunday, hard to tell. There will be overdrive, I know, but streams are always, like, I don't know why, but it seems view-wise, my streams are really going well, and making a stream takes, like, I was streamed for 5 hours, so it was 5 hours of work. If I make a video of this length, it would took me a year to make, if that makes sense. Like, it's just, making 5 hours of content is a lot of work otherwise, and only in this live scenario, it kind of is pretty good for the channel. And like my last streams, even though it's just me sitting here in front of a microphone talking to chat a bit about the lore and stuff, it really gets decent views most of the time, and it seems like people enjoy those, even though I feel like I should make the streams a bit shorter, but what can I say? We need to sign Chris onto twice stream a week long-term contract. 2 streams a week would be maybe a bit much. But yeah, I really try to make a second stream. I know a lot of people also subscribed or have a channel membership and so on. Definitely want to deliver then, if possible, 2 streams. But yeah, there will be content on this channel. As said, next, I changed my plan a bit. Instead of the next part of Who is Elrond, I do one part Who is Galadriel, to have like a Galadriel video finally on this channel. And then we do the next part Who is Elrond. And I see how much time this month has left. Probably none. So, and then the show starts, and then there is, yeah, a lot of stuff. In-depth streams is Imba. Yeah, it's pretty broken, I feel. I feel it as well. Yeah, also, in case you don't mind me playing video games, I also usually try to stream 1 or 2 times a week on Twitch. Currently, I did not fulfill that because I'm really busy on the main channel in the past few days. Did a lot of research. I said I had some equipment change stuff here in my office here where I record and do my video production stuff. Got new sound stuff and so on. So yeah, it was a lot of small updates I made here to my place here. So yeah, that kept me quite busy. Then I had to do a lot of planning. I contacted quite a few people to organize stuff for when the show drops and so on. It was really, really busy the last few weeks or last week. I love to stream my first. Yeah, pretty awesome. Happy you enjoyed the stream. Is also available as VOD in case you missed something. It will be on the channel. The chat replay is also there in case people want to have this in parallel. It takes a moment till the chat replay works with the VOD for whatever reason. I think YouTube just goes through the complete stream again and just processes it in some way, and then the chat replay is also working. I don't know why. Yeah, we have to prepare a lot. That is true. So let me think. Did I forget anything? Yeah, we have still the credits at the end. So maybe I just fire up the credits. I even rendered the credits before I started the stream. Okay, now I'm kind of confused. Okay, even though I said I rendered the credits, it seems like they don't work for reasons I can't tell you. They simply don't play. That is strange. Okay, it seems like something rendered wrong. So I felt like I prepared the credits and then they don't work. I have a solution for the problem, of course. I just show you the credits in the program. Press play in Adobe Premiere. It would have been boring if everything worked, but at least I tried to prepare the credits this time. Let me just think. Monitor. Oh yeah, that should work. So, credits. Hope it works. It works, okay. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, shoutouts again to all the supporters who, I don't know, have a subscription or a membership here on YouTube, a subscription on Twitch or something. Thank you for potentially follows, subscriptions, and so on. We also have a lot of social media stuff and so on. Like, as a German channel, there's a gaming channel, which currently I don't have time to really put out videos for, which is very unfortunate, I have to admit. Yeah. Shoutouts to all the artists, of course, as always, to allow me to use their artworks. Didn't use that many artworks today. We just talked like really a lot of stuff. There will be content this the upcoming week. I will make a few community posts to get your opinions on certain ways how I should cover the show. There will be the Fellowship of the Ring watch party thing on Twitch to test the feature on Twitch, see how it works. There will be like another need for feedback video, so a lot of stuff is still coming this month, and it's already over, just to get all the good stuff done. And yeah, that's, as you can imagine, a lot of work. Still some lore videos in the pipeline. And that's basically it for today's stream. So if you have further questions, I don't know, you can maybe let me just think about how the command went. Yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the future. Like when the show drops, you will have a lot of content to select which you watch. I hope I can make some interesting videos. Interestingly, the bot doesn't work. Or maybe it just has... here it is. So yeah, here's also like a Linktree thing in case you want to check, I don't know, Instagram, Twitter, whatever stuff I have. I will sleep until the next stream. I hope you wake up in time. And yeah, as said, hope to see you people on this channel, in the comments and so on, next time on the other videos that will be coming out. I try to hurry. So thank you people for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye.